Hey chat, what is going on? Sorry, if you can hear that in the background. Yes, that is me talking on the phone. Okay, yeah, it's gone. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just posting in the various places saying hello, I'm live and all this kind of business. How are you all doing? Happy Wednesday. As always, I'm just finishing my tea. But I am sat at a proper fucking clean desk, yeah? Yous all have the benefit of not having to see how disgusting this desk is when I'm sat here streaming to you all, right? It was hanging. The keyboard was filled with gamer gunk, cat hair, everything. Got rid of it. And now I have a wonderful clean desk to stream for you all. Can't be as bad as Asmongold. Well, no one can be, can they? Because he really is the embodiment of, I don't know, what's the Warhammer guy? I keep forgetting. Bolsonaro. Nurgle, innit? Is it Nurgle? Them guys? Yeah. That's what Asmongold is. Hey, everybody. Grandfather Nurgle. Do you want to know why I'm a bit late today, chat? Because I was finally sorting out the installation for Battle for Middle-earth 2. I finally got it to a point where it's like playable. For some reason, when you try and find there's like a mod to fix the widescreen, because like if you just install it, right, it plays in like 1068 by 720 or whatever the fuck the resolution was back in 2003 when they made it, and it just looks so bad. And so if you go into the game files and you change the resolution manually to 1920 by 1080, it's great, it sorts out the resolution, but then everything's really zoomed in because of the FOV and the zoom limit and all that kind of stuff. So I was trying to find for ages, there's this mod. Now, if you have the Rise of the Witch King expansion pack for Battle for Middle-earth 2, which I do, that has a mod, very easily accessible, that you could download, and it fixes the widescreen issue, right? The problem with Rise of the Witch King is that it completely fucking nerfed the dwarves. And I had like a moment of playing it, because I had Rise of the Witch King all installed, I was very excited, and I sat down to play it, and I was like, why is this harder? Why is this much fucking harder than what I remember? And then I looked it up and it was like, yeah, in Rise of the Witch King, they absolutely nerfed the dwarves. And the dwarves are my favorite fucking class to play as, because they're just, I don't know, they're just mint. When do you ever get to play as dwarves, you know? So that's really good. The dwarves are barely in the Lord of the Rings movies, you know what I mean? It was really good. It was really neat. I loved it. And so I was like, this is shit. So I'm gonna have to go back and play Battle for Middle-earth 2 without Rise of the Witch King expansion pack. They also gave goblins. They also fucking like gave goblins in Rise of the Witch King, the expansion pack. They gave goblins these like Drake units, which are just little dragons. And if they get to the point where they could get these Drake units, it's over. It's completely over. They can take out an entire fucking regiment in one fucking go. They just breathe fire, set everyone on fire, and they all die. It's massively overpowered. It's just ridiculous. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is shit. So, I'm not a fan of Rise of the Witch King. It's bad. It's a bad upgrade. I now remember that is why I stopped playing this game. Because I got the Rise of the Witch King update, and it got way harder, and they nerfed the dwarves. So that was a sad moment. But anyway, so I went back to Battle for Middle-earth 2. And it took me fucking ages to find this widescreen fixing app to like sort out the FOV in whatchamacallit, house it? What do you call it? In the first one. Whatever. Drakes, a group of nonce Canadian rappers. Wait. Good one. Nobody nerfs a dwarf! Yeah, exactly. Was it not just a DirectX DLL? No, it's nothing to do with that. No, it's because the game was never designed to be played at 1920 by 1080. And so when you make it 1920 by 1080, it's just proper zoomed in and you can't play the game in the same way. The first game was super unbalanced. Rohan had all the heroes. Do you mean Battle for Middle-earth 2 or Battle for Middle-earth 1? Dwarfs with Mithril were pretty OP in the OG game. Yeah, that's why I like them. That's why it's good. Oh, you mean 1? I actually never played 1. I really enjoy playing Battle for Middle-earth 2. It's great. So I've sorted all that out, and now I can just play it. But the thing is, here's the thing, right? I don't mind the dwarves being OP, because what I like to do in that game is I like to fight like a load of fucking enemies. You know what I mean? I like to have the Lord of the Rings experience where you're getting overwhelmed by all the goblins and the Nazgul and the fucking orcs and all that shit. All the trolls are coming and it's like, oh my god, and it's like sending you under, and then you win and it's like, yeah. I love that shit. That's what I like about that game. So it was fine that the dwarves are overpowered, and they should have never nerfed them. It's shit. Yeah, personal horde mode. That's what I like. That's the way that I like that game. So that's what I've been doing. That's why I'm late today. But, you know, I also wanted to get the gym in. I haven't actually played any Battle for Middle-earth 2 today because, of course, it just took me ages to fucking find this fucking widescreen fix. And I found it in the end, and that was it. But and I tested it out, and it works, so that's fine. But, yeah, just ridiculous. Just ridiculous that it took so long to find this fucking mithril thing. Not mithril. What am I on about? Find mithril. Find the widescreen fix. I wanted to go to the gym, so I went to the gym. I did all the dusting as well, so that's good. I did the dusting in here and in my bedroom. So that's great. I put on some laundry. I've done loads of stuff. I've done loads and loads of stuff. So I'm feeling really good. How are you, chat? There's so many people in here already. It's crazy. This community is growing so much. It's mad. I've not even been live for 16 minutes. Look at you all. We got Steph. We got Val. We got Brody. We got Luna. We got Bubble. We got Vord. We got Johnny. We got B-Rat. We got Ninny. We got Nappers. We've got Krill. We've got Cunning Linguist. Krill with the 35 watch streak. Let's go. Yeah, how are you doing? How are you doing? What's going on? Very grown up of you, yeah. Well, it's only taken 36 years. Illness from the nephews was short-lived, pretty much back to 100%. Hell yeah. Good to hear it. Kairos, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, King? What's going on? Everybody, please go show some love to Kairos Rev. How are you doing? Sunshine, comrade, what's up? How was your stream? Please go follow Kairos. He's a wonderful comedy streamer in Brazil. Really, really good analysis. Really, really good takes. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics. Go and show him some love. If you're coming in from Kairos stream and you don't know me, I find that hard to believe, but welcome in. It's me, DJ Muel. I'm a UK left-wing politics streamer. I've just started, sorry. I've just started streaming today. I look at the news from geopolitics. I look at the news and geopolitics from a communist and anti-imperialist perspective. So there you go. That's what we're having a look. Lots of Gaza, quite a bit of Venezuela. Sad shit, but it's our duty to get all over that. I salute you, fellow ANCOM comrade. Oh, shit. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be taking a look at a bunch of stuff today. Hopefully there's going to be a bit of hopium in here, because there's some good news about the Palestine Action activists here in the UK, and that's really good. There's also the potential of Starmer resigning, which is very exciting. So that's very, very... Yeah, we're gonna have a look at that. We're gonna have a look at that. Could be good. Who knows? Hey, Soul Chicken. Yeah, very, very good news indeed. Yeah. Hippie, welcome in. How are you? You'll have to excuse me, Raiders. The stream has literally just started. I've just been informed by my mum that I'm getting my new bed frame on Saturday. Everything's coming up Muel, man. It's ridiculous. I gotta fuel up. I'm just having my dinner, you know? I'll be really, really quick. I promise. I promise. I was just in the process of asking the chat how they're doing. So how are you all doing? You know? Is the Venezuela stuff about the privatization of the oil? Some real honk shoe times coming. Yeah, you better believe it. Someone in here was trying to get us to watch that the other week. Wait, the 30,000 people killed or some shit guy. That one. You were watching that? Yeah, you were debunking it, obviously, yeah. There you go. Hippie Marshmallow, thank you so... Krill, thank you so much for gifting the subs to Hippie Marshmallow. Let's go. Thank you so much. Any suggestions for songs about queer or disability oppression and or resistance? Damn, that's crazy. You got that one tune by that one guy, Nasty Evil Gaze. Independent Girls and Nasty Evil Gaze by Django McCrory. That's the one I can only really think of, to be honest. We refused to watch it. Well, the only reason that we refused to watch it is because that guy was clearly coming in here in bad faith being like, Maduro killed 5 billion people. And we were like, what's your source for that? And then he told us about this DW documentary. And then it was just like, oh, Steph, thank you so much for gifting a sub to B-Rat. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Andrew Motes, thank you so much. Yeah, that guy was just going on and on and on with himself. About, like, I watched this documentary 3 times, so I know loads more about Venezuela than you do. And I was like, all that means is that you brainwashed yourself 3 times. You were like, the first time I watched this wasn't enough. I wasn't brainwashed enough. Are we doing it? Are we doing a hype train? Are we doing a hype train? Okay, we're doing a hype train. Straight away, we're straight in. And I already got the tune loaded up because, you know, I was just talking about it. So let's go. Alright, chat, come on. You want to keep listening to tunes? You got 4 minutes to get some more subs in. Enough subs and we'll unlock movie night for next month. We already got movie night for this month. We're watching Melania and The Apprentice in the Discord, probably around the middle of the month, probably next week.
But don't you worry, we'll protect your precious brittle balls. Hold on tightly to your socks, the solution isn't far.
Still got nothing on Soviet landlords, that's right.
All your ego pain.
Hey Sally, what's up?
There is no doubt. Yes, it is the fault
Hey, Bellatrix. Hey, Mountain Range. What's up? Hey, Nadia. Right, just gotta feed the boy. Be back in a sec.
Playback.
Okay. We got 44 seconds on the hype train. Anyone got any more gifts? Any more gifted subs? Is it happening? Is it not happening? What's going on with my chair? There we go. That's better. Okay. 24 seconds. 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Oh! Alright. Not that long a hype train, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Steph, for gifting a sub to B-Rat. Thank you so much, Krill, for gifting a sub to Hippie Marshmallow. And thanks, Kairos, for the raid. Octan2 in the chat says, could someone explain, was Epstein a human trafficker or a killer and cannibal all at once? That's a pretty difficult question to pass. Are you asking whether he was a human trafficker or a killer and a cannibal? Or are you saying, was he all three? Because, to be honest, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Because I can't explain it. I don't know. You don't know what question you're asking. That's really helpful, Octan2. Thank you for... Thank you for that submission to the chat. Maybe you could clarify what he was doing. Oh, yeah, it's dead easy. He was trafficking children. He was selling children to rich and powerful people who wanted to rape them. Yeah. It's not that complex. He had a lot of connections with rich and powerful people, and he provided them their most evil and, depraved debaucheries. And that's the kind of thing that the ruling class like to do when they have so much power and so much money that they've done everything. They've experienced all the, debauchery possible that you can have in this world, and they just want more because it's about power, right? And that's that. That is actually that. So that was what was going on. But we're not at the Epstein bit yet. That's probably going to be at the end of the stream, to be honest. So stick around if you want to chat about Epstein with us. I'm sure it'll come up in the meantime. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the cannibal stuff. We're going to have a look at some of that. We've seen some of the worst slop tubers, shit tubers, garbage tubers in the world talking about that stuff particularly. So we'll have a look at that in a bit as well.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Do I think it's possible that he could have eaten, ritually sacrificed these babies and eaten their guts and shit like that, like some people are saying? Totally. It's completely believable. Is there any evidence of it? Don't know. Don't know. It's crazy, and I now just started questioning everything. Well, I mean, look, like, you're in a stream here with a bunch of communists, right? Just so you're aware, right? We've been questioning all that shit for a long time. This shit is no surprise to us. It's no surprise to us. Once you have a system of production like capitalism, this is the only possible outcome of stuff like this. You know what I mean? Hey, Sorka. I'm holding on to a suspicion of him being a Kek cultist, but there's as much evidence for that as his cannibalism, which is zilch, right? Yeah. Yeah, none of this behavior from the ruling class surprises me whatsoever. At all. You know? Hey, Mr. Dank, how are you? Have I finished telling you about my day? I changed... Okay, so I went on a date the other day, right? And this is this really nice woman, and when I met her in person, she said, your pictures don't do you justice, right? On dating apps. So today, I looked through my entire library of selfies, and I was like, okay, in which ones do I look the best, right? And I have quite good arms, yeah. You know, I'm not trying to boast. I'm not trying to be like, yeah, I'm dead fit or whatever. Like, you know, I'm not everyone's cup of tea and this, that, and the other. But who cares, right? But I think I've got pretty good arms. Like, I spend a bit of time in the gym. Do you know what I mean? And there's this picture. I'm not going to show it you because it just feels a bit weird because I don't have my top on in the picture. I wouldn't do that on the stream. There's this picture where I'm kind of like this. It's kind of like that, and as you can see, if I do that, it makes my arms look really good, right? So I changed that to be my profile picture, and I started to get like hella likes. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, dude. Dating online is fucking ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I remember when I was having a bit of a moment when I was like, I think it was like 28 or 27 or something, and I was speaking to my friends, and I was like, dating apps are just so shit. They're just like so rubbish. Like, why you like loads of people and then you don't get any matches? What's going on? And one of my mates was like, let me have a look at your profile, and he just went, yeah, you need better pictures. And it's like, what do you mean? And he was like, bro, that is literally all it is. People are just going off aesthetics. That's all people have got to go on. It doesn't matter what you put in your bio. It doesn't matter what you say. Like, you know, anybody could say the same things that you're saying. And unfortunately, dating apps are just about aesthetics. And it's like, yeah, that's true. I found that out. And I found it out again today. You know, I haven't been that, like, you know, mad on dating or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But, like, when that lady said that to me, I was like, oh, okay. Do you have your politics in your profile? I mean, I don't have my exact politics. What does it say? What did I put in my profile? What does it say? I'll read it here. Yeah? If I can get to it. Okay. Edit profile. I really look very good in that picture. Okay. No, I don't have my politics at all. What I've got is Mank, based in, not telling you, looking for any and all sexual and romantic connections, no one-night stands, absolutely no cops or fascists. That's the only political thing in there. Top, on prep, tested every 2 months. I love art, coffee, activism, movies in the annoying way, and the gym. Tell me your favorite movie and director and what they mean to you. That's my bio. Hey Husker, how's it going? I need to figure out a decent dating app. Bumble keeps pissing me off. Bumble is terrible. Bumble's really bad. A friend of a friend says, can £500 be enough for rent, food, or bills? No, it isn't enough for rent, food, and bills. I am topped up by Universal Credit. I'm currently on the self-employment trajectory, whatever, right? So they top up however much I earn, but obviously, like, if I don't make anywhere close to the 500, it's very shit. I mean, you've also got to remember I got the sub goal as well. Like, I get money from subs as well. So if I get 120 subs, that's like another 240 quid. But even that on its own, like the 740 quid is not enough. Universal Credit want me to be earning £1,500 from anything that I do self-employed by November this year. So yeah. There's your answer. There's your answer to that. No, it's just what I have found people are willing to donate. Like last month, we didn't even make that. You know what I mean? Last month, we like, it it was like £440. So, you know, that's just kind of like where the chat is up to. Like, we always smash the sub goal. I think people are just like more willing to like subscribe on Twitch rather than off Twitch, which is always interesting because it's like, if you just donate to my PayPal, it means that 100% of the money comes to me, you know? But I appreciate you asking that, friend of a friend, because it's like, yeah, it's super important actually that people understand, like, you know, what the support is for and like what I'm looking to do and how I'm looking to grow and shit. So yeah, but welcome in. I wonder if it's a better strategy to try and describe someone else in the bio and see who responds with, oh my god, your bio is me, how did you know? Because anyone the description doesn't apply to would just scroll back. Describe someone else in the bio. Wait, what do you mean? I like subs as a means of encouraging community. Yeah, but you also gave me like 20 quid last month in the donos, Sally. So I think you just like giving me money. 12 people liked you and you'll never see them in your feed. Give us money, yeah. Message is posted 24 hours or you need to bribe us to message them again. Yeah, it's bad. Oh, like you're going to put down, if you're reading this, you have brown eyes, were born in February and love spicy food. Oh, you're describing your perfect partner like that. That's a pretty interesting strat. Yeah. Oscar says, I wish I still had Twitch giving away money, but also scraping by on unemployment. Thankfully, unemployment in my state sounds easier to deal with than where you're at. Which is a bit crazy, right? Because you're in the fucking USA. The old digital marketing maxim of fewer clicks equals more follow through holds true. Yeah, that's true, yeah. That's true. Hey. So anyway, that's my day. That's my fucking day. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good, to be honest, all in all. I'm looking for a good mic. Yours sounds great. What's the brand and model? It's all in the description of the stream below, Kairos. It's a Rode NT 1A. The grocery Aldi Tesco thing was a metaphor for Twitch subs, by the way. Oh, wait, what? It's better to shop at the nice organic grocers a mile away or the Aldi another mile away, but they still go to the Texpress price. I see. Yeah, there's more humps. There's more humps. There's more hoops to jump through when you're donating on Streamlabs. So yeah, there you go. Okay, right, chat, we're gonna get started, but we have some fantastic news to start with. It's happening. Chat, this headline is a little rubbish. Palestine action protesters await potential retrial. It doesn't really mean anything, right? But we're gonna read through it. 5 Palestine action protesters are to be released on bail ahead of a potential retrial over a break-in at UK subsidiary of an Israeli defense firm. Insane that they're not mentioning Elbit at the start here. Crazy. Charlotte Head, Samuel Corner, Leona Camillo, Fatima Rajwani, Zoe Rogers, and Jordan Devlin, 31, were cleared on Wednesday of aggravated burglary. Let's fucking go. So, what does this mean? What does this mean? Why am I celebrating this so much? Palestine Action activists who were doing Palestine actions before Palestine Action were prescribed as a terrorist group here in the UK, essentially were held on remand for 500 days because of their supposed involvement with essentially a group of people smashing up a weapons factory in Filton in Bristol. last year, the year before. Yeah, no, because 500 days. Yeah, so I think it was 2023 or 22. Yeah, I think it was 2023 that it happened. You know, they caused, supposedly a massive amount of damage. Really, really harmed the Israeli weapons factory systems in the UK. Israeli factory weapons systems in the UK. My brain is really not fucking working today, chat. I'm sorry about this. They really harmed the Israeli weapons trade that is based in the UK, right? They were manufacturing drones that mimic the cries of Palestinian women and children, and that lures Palestinians out of hiding, out of shelter, and obviously then they get fucking shot because these drones also have weapons attached to them, or they get shot from afar by a drone, another drone, or, by like a missile or a helicopter or something, right? So, this is like the most depraved shit of the depraved. It doesn't really matter because Elbit Systems, they broadly make any kind of weapons for Israel. So, like, anything that Elbit Systems is making is just going to be fucking evil, right? The reason that this is so good is because they were arrested on counter-terrorism charges, even though this was before Palestine Action was prescribed as a terrorist group. But then when they were put on remand in prison, the charges were dropped, right? And then they became these domestic charges of aggravated burglary, assault, and I think, what's the other one? We're going to find this out. Let's have a little look here. Okay, well, there's another charge that we will find out, and I can't remember what it was, but essentially the aggravated burglary charge is the charge that would have put them away for the longest if they were found guilty for it. So of course this is only 6 of the 24 activists who are being held in prisons. Also, they're being held illegally, by the way, just for anyone who doesn't know. The maximum amount of time that you can hold someone on remand for domestic charges in the UK is like 3 months or something, or 6 months. They've been in there for 500 days. It's like a year and a half, right? Almost 2 years, pretty much. A year and 3/4. So it's great news for the rest of them, because the rest of them, every single one of the Filtered 24 is facing similar charges, right? So if they've been found not guilty, it's absolutely fucking dope. Don't worry, Maru Nix. I'm going to get to the real media reporting on this. I do appreciate you being a bit frustrated with me looking at the BBC stuff. But, we do this for a reason, right? You know that I look at, like, various different things. But also, welcome to the stream. How you doing? It's good to see you. Also, hi, Antifa Secretariat. Real Press, yeah, Real Press Media, whatever it is. I think it's Real Media or Real Media Press. I've got it all. I've got all the information here. Don't worry. I'm just trying to explain for people who don't know the situation, essentially. So it's great news. It's really fucking good news for the entirety of the Filtered 24, and 5 of them have been granted bail. Only one of them has not been granted bail, and I don't know why. So, let's read on with the BBC article. Of course, they're going to frame this as, ooh, scary terrorists. Oh, no, these horrible, bastards, etc., etc. Because they're cunts. But let's read through it and see what they're saying. Hey, Banker, what's up? So, they were also charged with criminal damage and violent disorder. Oh, here we go. It's just right there. My brain just isn't working. But the jury reached partial or no verdicts on those counts, for which they could face a retrial. Now, it's super likely that they will face a retrial, but there is also every chance that they wouldn't, right? Corner was the only one of the defendants who was denied bail. Their next hearing will begin on the 18th of February. Well, that's great that Samuel Corner is going to get another hearing for potential bail. So hopefully they will all get bail, but hopefully they won't go to another trial and all the charges will get dropped and they'll be acquitted, right? The jury at Woolwich Crown Court had been deliberating for more than 36 hours after a trial that began in November 2025. Rajwani, Rogers, and Devlin were found not guilty of violent disorder. No verdict was reached for the charges of violent disorder for Head, Corner, and Cameo. Corner was accused of causing grievous bodily harm with intent by striking Police Sergeant Kate Evans in her back with a sledgehammer. Oh, I disavow! I disavow! I disavow! I disavow! I disavow! The jury was unable to reach a verdict on this charge. The 5 defendants are expected to be released later after the judge's application had been processed. About 100 people have gathered outside the court to celebrate their release. Palestine Action allege Elbit Systems UK is involved in the manufacture and supply of weapons to the Israeli military, a claim the company strongly denies. How? How is this changed? What do you mean? I don't think they do deny this. Hang on a minute. Surely you could just go on their website. Brother, if you just go on their website, you could see like footage from Gaza and shit. Like, do you know what I mean? Our mission: empower our customers with the tools and technologies necessary to face the future with confidence. We build on our core competencies to tailor total solutions, meet our customers' specific needs. Yeah, whatever. Elbit Systems expands in Europe with full acquisition of UTACs. Elbit Systems awarded $228 million follow-on contract to provide Iron Fist APS for US Army Bradley IVF upgrades. Hang on. Israel Ministry of Defense expands defense industrial base with approximately 183 million air munition procurement from Elbit Systems. It's on their website. What do you mean? How can they deny it when it's there? It's fucking 6 days ago. What? What are you fucking on about? Oh, BBC. I swear to God, man. That's actually insane. We need to report them to Ofcom over this. I mean, yeah, but that's not going to do anything, is it? You know? We should do it still, but, you know, fucking Ofcom. They do need to be made to say that they, won't do anything. That's true, Stalker. You're right. I'm not being dismissive of that. I'm just like, the BBC just needs to be dismantled. It just needs to be completely abolished. Just cancel your fucking TV license if you haven't already. If you've got one, you know. Okay, so let's have a look here. They said they defended themselves when security officers overreacted. None of the security officers are under criminal investigation. Out of their depth. During the trial, the court heard Head, a charity worker, drove a prison van into the site's perimeter fence before the vehicle was used as a battering ram to get inside the factory. In what Head describes as the craziest 20 minutes of her life, the 6 defendants carried out their action before being arrested by police. Prosecutors alleged that as security guards tried to stop the activists, the guards were sworn at and told to leave, had sledgehammers swung at them, and were whipped while one was sprayed with a foam fire extinguisher. Rajiv Menon KC, defending, said they had not expected security guards to enter the factory during their action and added the defendants were completely out of their depth. While the jury was in retirement, the court heard posters had been put up on bus stops and lampposts near the building, which said the jury decide, not the judge. Jury equity is when a judge acquits someone on moral grounds, and jurors can give a not guilty verdict even when they believe a defendant has broken the law. The prosecution said it was aware of the signs, which set out the principle of jury equity, a capacity of a jury to return a verdict according to conscience. They said police officers had been taking the posters down, but they kept reappearing. LOL! The judge advised the jury to stop being influenced by anything that happens outside court and to return true verdicts based on the evidence given in court. He added, they obviously weren't put up by any of the defendants, and it's obviously not something that should be held against any of the defendants. That's interesting. That's interesting that he said that. The trial heard the defendants genuinely believe their demonstration at the factory would help the Palestinian cause in Gaza. The break-in happened before Palestine Action was prescribed by the government on the 5th of July. Conveniently, this is at the end of the article. Supporting the group is now classed as a criminal offense. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Whatever. Let's take a look at what Cage International are saying about it instead. Cage International, if you don't know, are a international organization that supports Muslims or people who are criminalized in the same way that Muslims are unfairly across the world after the terrorist acts of 2001, 2002, the Patriot Act in the USA and stuff like that, right? So anyone who is called a terrorist by the state of countries like the UK, the USA, so-called Israel, yada, 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 Cage International will do what it can to help them. So obviously this is a bit more positive framing. Filton 6 declare victory as prosecution defense of Israeli genocide fails to return a single conviction at trial. I mean, you know, it really is very important that we make sure that people know they failed to return a single conviction. Even though there was no verdict for some of it, there was not a single conviction. This is just fantastic stuff. So here's a photo of the 6. The first 6 activists of the Filton 24, with the rest still being held on remand, were tried in relation to the action at Elbit Systems Research and Development Facility in Filton, Bristol in August 2024. Elbit Systems is Israel's largest weapons manufacturer and a key supplier to the Israeli military. The action sought to disrupt and expose Elbit's role in producing weapons used against Palestinians, including drone technology. The defendants were held on remand for up to 17 months. The prosecution was repeatedly cited by ministers in support of the prescription of Palestine action. Hang on a minute. Their prosecution was repeatedly cited by ministers. Yes, okay, so that's, yeah. So when the UK wanted to prescribe Palestine Action as a so-called terrorist group, ministers in the House of Commons were basically saying, look at what the Filton 24 did. Yeah? Lawfare failing is good for all of us. Absolutely, yeah. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist, how you doing? Welcome in. Just discovered Ezra Klein's Epstein take on the Majority Report and had to lie down for a bit. I guess we'll be having a look at that later. Ezra Klein, Epstein. Is it this? Is it this? How do I find out what he's saying about it? Hey, one who reads, what an odd turn of phrase, failed to convict. Well, no, at the end of the day, it's good. It's good. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think Cage International are trying to spin it in any, you know, negative way or anything. Hit me up with a link. Hit me up with a link, Middle-earth Marxist. All right, let's take a little look here. I'm going to zoom in as well so the chat can see it. Sorry about that. On Wednesday the 4th, the case raised serious concerns about political interference and the use of counter-terrorism frameworks against protest. On Wednesday the 4th of February 2026, after 8 full days of deliberation, the defendants were not convicted of a single offence against them, including violent offences. The refusal to convict any of the 6 defendants of any charges, including the most serious of charges, is a powerful affirmation of jury equity and brings a humiliating end to one of the most politically charged trials of this year thus far. The decision made by the jury critically undermines the rationale used to prescribe Palestine action. Yes, that's key, and it's going to help in the potential deprescription of Palestine action, and underscores the urgent need for that ban to be lifted 100%. This case was the most significant test of the government's claim that acts of conscience against arms companies constitute a threat to public safety. An independent jury, guided by conscience and moral clarity, rejected that narrative despite extraordinary political pressure, ministerial intervention, and an environment shaped to shield Israeli state-aligned interests from scrutiny. The verdict echoes a wider public rejection of Zionist impunity and growing support for direct action against companies complicit in genocide. The trial has exposed how pre-trial detention and public spectacle were used to punish the defendants in advance and to deter others from challenging Israel's largest arms manufacturer. The prescription of Palestine action must now be lifted, and all those held as a result of this political process in prison should be released immediately. Abso-fucking-lutely. The trial demonstrated that counterterrorism and national security frameworks are being used in line with their established purpose to silence dissent and shield state complicity in crimes from accountability. Context was excluded, and scrutiny of Elbit Systems, Israel's largest weapons manufacturer, supplying an ongoing genocide, was treated as a matter to be suppressed rather than examined. Naila Ahmed, head of campaigns at Cage, said this is a huge victory for the movement, but nationally and abroad, who campaigned on behalf of the defendants, and a powerful affirmation of jury independence and moral courage in the face of extraordinary political pressure. Though they cannot get back the 17 months of their life taken from them unlawfully, they should all be compensated, and the remaining 18 defendants of the Filtered 24 should also be released on bail. This case was used to justify the ban against Palestine action, a decision that should now be overturned. End quote. Cage calls for full compensation of those acquitted, a lifting of the ban on Palestine action, and an independent review into the political handling of the case. Amazing. I think it's great. I think it's really good news, chat, and we should all be really fucking happy. And now is not the time to rest. The time is to up the ante. Go to your local pro-Palestine demonstration. Speak to your local pro-Palestine group. Get involved. Speak to them. Find out how you can get involved. Find out how you can support the Filton 24. Find out how you can support the broader, lifting of the ban of Palestine action. I have a command in the chat about Yulia, who is a comrade from Manchester, who is still being held on remand. You can donate to her personal GoFundMe and shit like that. Fundraiser for her. And there is also the Filton 24 website, if I can find that. Free the Filton 24. Let me have a look. Where is it? Oh, it's not that. It's Prisoners for Palestine. Yeah. If you check out Prisoners for Palestine, there you go. There's a plus. Wait, what do you mean there's a plus, banker? The government has been desperately hiding the fact that most people feel the same way about Palestine action as they would about Luigi Mangione, even if he was guilty. Yeah, very true. There's a totally not PFLP event in my city too. Soon. Exciting. Very exciting. I dropped the links to Terra X History, La Base, and La Base America Latina into content suggestions received for later consideration and possible use. Thank you, Nadia. Appreciate you. Alright, so there's the reporting from Cage. Let's have a look at this from Real Media. The filtered trial, the verdicts, no convictions, and 5 bailed. 6 members of Palestine Action took part in a direct action against the Filton R&D facility of Elbit Systems in August 2024. This action took place a whole year before Yvette Cooper's controversial prescription of the organization. It was in 2024. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Of course, it's been that long since around then. Okay. The decision that a judicial review is likely to hand down its ruling on in the coming days. The 6 young people have been in prison on remand for 17 months, and their trial began on November 17th, 2025 at Woolwich Crown Court in front of Mr. Justice Johnson. All the defendants are charged jointly on 3 counts: aggravated burglary, criminal damage, violent disorder. So all 6 of them have been found not guilty of aggravated burglary, yeah? And that's the key one. They would have been put away for possibly 10 years if they were convicted for this, right? So the fact that even though the other 18 activists who've been arrested, who are still in prison, have been charged with aggravated burglary, they weren't present at the Filton site, right? They've just been arrested in connection with it, right? So when it comes to the aggravated burglary section of it, there's no way the other 18 are going to get charged with this. There's just there is simply no way. If the jury were presented with the evidence that they were presented with regarding the first 6, the people who were actually at the action, and they were like, yeah, nah, we can't reach a verdict on this, and we can't reach a verdict on this, but this is definitely not guilty. How the fuck is any jury gonna find the other 18 guilty of it, right? Criminal damage, I think that you could get put away for like 2 or 3 years for this, maybe. I don't think they take the time spent on remand off prison time. No, I don't think they do, which is evil. Violent disorder, I think that violent disorder, you could get like a year or 2. I think you can get like 6 months for good behavior on this. And I think you can get 6 months on good behavior for this. I can't remember exactly, but I know people who've served time for this stuff. And I think that even some people have had suspended sentences for this stuff. So like, you know, seriously, like this would have been the most damaging of charges, and it would have been maybe 10 years in prison. Because aggravated burglary is like burgling a house and you know, basically like, you know, damaging the value of someone's property, essentially. And of course, the state loves to defend that, don't they? They love to defend people's property. As well as the 3 counts listed above, Samuel Corner faces an additional charge under Section 18 of Offences Against the Person Act of causing grievous bodily harm with intent. That's because supposedly Samuel Corner hit a police officer with a sledgehammer. The jury have options in his case of finding him guilty of lesser offences. These could be grievous bodily harm, actual bodily harm with intent, or actual bodily harm. All defendants have pled not guilty. The jury began deliberating on Tuesday, 13th of January, but illness and other factors meant that several days have been lost along the way. It's taken around 8 full days to reach this point. Friends and family and legal representatives have been waiting on tenterhooks for the moment the jury reached their unanimous verdicts as follows. Let's take a little look at this video. Oh, it's just one of these. Okay, I thought there was going to be like interviews with the family and shit. All right, never mind. Check back here in the coming days for interviews and analysis, and if you haven't already, check out our handy index, which will help guide through the several long articles covering this entire trial in detail. So yeah, you can see the information of the charges here. This is just fantastic stuff. Hey network, what's up? Welcome in. Luna says they do. It's called time served. If you spend a month on remand and you get 6 months, they knock a month off the sentence. Oh, do they actually? I would be surprised if they did that with the filtered 24. But I mean, you know, I'm saying that, and I don't have to be so pessimistic anymore. It's a relief to not have to be so pessimistic about this shit anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they've been found not guilty of it, so it's like, so hopefully if they do get the time served option and they do get, you know, found guilty for, I don't know, grievous bodily harm in the worst case, I imagine, with intent for Samuel Corner, then there's already a year done of the you know, 17 months done of the sentence. Oh god, it's just so fucking evil, chat, that they already made him like serve this fucking sentence, even though, like, the likelihood is that most of them are going to be found not guilty. I don't think Jordan, Zoe, Fatima, Leona, or Charlotte are going to be found guilty for anything, because you know, you've already got the not guilty stuff here for Fatima, Zoe, and Jordan. I just don't think that they're going to find them not guilty of this stuff. I'm not sure about Samuel. I feel like they'll find Samuel not guilty of this stuff, but then maybe guilty of what do you call it? The grievous bodily harm. So I don't know. I don't know. Let's take a look at this. This is from the blog of Jonathan Cook, and this is about Rajiv Menon's speech, especially in the abusive prisons like Bronzefield. Well, it's why we all need to be prison abolitionists, right? It's why we all need to do prisoner support. Just in general, we should all be doing anti-prison action stuff. But you know, that's for another day. They've overcharged, in my opinion, and that may cause it to be thrown out. I think it could be, right? It could be. If they're found not guilty, how is the state going to compensate them for 17 months of torture? Well, they won't. Unless they fight for it. And if we all fight alongside them, it might go a damn sight better than, you know, your average Joe, working class person who gets, you know, put away for a petty offense and then found not guilty. Yeah, you can sue, but I think that the key is that, like, you know, luckily they have more people behind them than their average criminalized person. It's extremely good news, Beanie Gaby. Yeah, 5 of them have been released on bail because they've been found not guilty of the most grievous charge that would have put them away for 10 years or more. So the rest of the charges can only really reasonably give them about like 2 or 3 years. But it's very unlikely that they'll get found guilty of them charges. So it's extremely good news. Isn't Bronzefield a private prison? Yep. We've got a bunch of private prisons in the UK. We got loads. It's run by a French fucking catering company. It's insane. Had some triggering stuff happen last night, so today I went and trained in the park for 4-ish hours and I feel so much better. Good for you, network. Let's fucking go. Sultana is such a real one with the Bronzefield stuff. She's one of the best politicians in the UK for sure. Absolutely. Okay, so this is on Jonathan Cook's blog about Rajiv Menon's speech during the trial. So let's have a little look at what he's saying here. Keir Starmer and the media need convictions to justify Palestine Action's prescription as a terrorist group. Rajiv Menon, KC, spells out to the jury why it is a vital last defense against government tyranny. My thanks to Craig Murray, former UK ambassador turned whistleblower, for alerting me to what he rightly calls one of the greatest legal speeches, including historical speeches, I have ever read. It is that indeed. It was made by Rajiv Menon, KC, and it is addressed to the jury in the current Filton trial at Woolwich Crown Court. Their 6 Palestine Action-linked activists are being prosecuted over a break-in in August 2024 at a Bristol factory owned by Israel's largest weapons manufacturer, Elbit Systems. The 6 used sledgehammers to smash killer drones that were being built at the factory and sent to Israel for use in the Gaza genocide. At the time of the break-in, Palestine Action was a legal organization. Nearly a year later, the government of Keir Starmer declared it a terrorist group. For the first time in British history, a non-violent direct action group had been prescribed. The defendants, like other Palestine Action activists held on remand, have been treated as terrorists with special inhumane restrictions on them in prison, even though none of them have been charged with a terrorism offense. That is the background to a prolonged hunger strike by 3 other activists, not those currently on trial, which is putting their lives in imminent danger. So, we were covering the hunger strikes a couple of weeks ago. The filtered trial has been exploited for political ends by Starmer's government, which is actively complicit in Israel's genocide, as well as the establishment British media, which has sought to obscure the criminal nature of Israel's action. Both hope to use any guilty verdict as justification for Palestine Action's prescription as a terrorist organization. As Murray points out, a separate High Court panel reviewing the legality of the government's prescription decision has so far delayed its ruling. It is likely to be waiting for the Filton trial to complete so it can seize on any guilty verdict to side with the government. All will be pinning their hopes on whether one of the defendants, Samuel Corner, is convicted of injuring a policewoman during a tussle over one of the sledgehammers that was being used to smash Elbit's drones. The goal had been to suggest that this incident was both intentional and indicative of a supposed secret terrorist agenda by Palestine Action. This is how flimsy it is, chat, right? This is how fucking flimsy it is. That is patently laughable, but seems to have taken root among the more impressionable sections of the public exposed to relentlessly skewed media coverage, correct? Mr. Menon is the barrister representing Charlotte Head, who, like 4 of the others, is charged with 3 offences: aggravated burglary, criminal damage, and violent disorder. In his speech, he carefully unravels the prosecutions and, of course, the government's charge that the break-in was aggravated burglary. As Menon points out, for that to be true, Head and the others would have had to have harboured an intention to use sledgehammers to hurt the guards when they broke into the factory. There is precisely no evidence that that was the case. He also dismisses the claim of violent disorder against Head. For that to be true, she would have needed to have actively colluded with the others in using or threatening violence that was not in self-defense or to defend someone else. This charge usually applies in circumstances such as pub brawls or football match fights. The test is whether a hypothetical bystander of reasonable firmness, someone uninvolved, would feel their safety was in danger from the fracas. Again, Manon makes a compelling case that at no point was this true of Head, and suggests that the reason of the video footage of the confrontation between the activists and the security guard looks so threatening is largely because one of the guards menaced the women and twice assaulted an unarmed male activist, Jordan Devlin, with a sledgehammer. But the most astonishing part of his speech relates to the third charge, criminal damage. The defendants have only one available defense against this. In legal parlance, it's called lawful excuse. It means that any criminal damage they cause can be viewed as lawful because it was designed to prevent the commission of a far graver crime. In this case, genocide. At one point in the trial, a jury member sent a note to the judge, Mr. Justice Johnson, asking this very question. If we decide that the defendants genuinely believe they were performing life-saving action and they were morally compelled to destroy weapons they believe that were going to be used to kill civilians in what they believe to be an illegal genocide, would that amount to a lawful excuse? The judge, who repeatedly stifled efforts by the defense to air evidence of Elbit Systems' involvement in the genocide, interesting. Remember, chat, this judge was not the original judge who was going to oversee the case. This is a judge who was added on by the UK government. Yeah? The depraved mess that we're going to look at in a minute, Kier Starmer and his fucking government, because they love Israel and they love Israel's money, that they pay it to have pro-fucking Israel opinions and policies, decided that they were going to switch out the judges to a more pro-Israel judge. Yeah? He answered that the jury must not take into account such lawful excuse. So he also said, don't take that into account. In his words, quote, there is no evidence in this case of anything that is capable in law amounting to a lawful excuse. So that is not something you need to consider. This is a lie. Manon refuses to take this lying down and eloquently defies the judge's ruling and does so in a way that skates close to but carefully avoids contempt of court. He makes a rousing defense of the right of juries to reject judicial interference and of their right to make up their own minds both on guilt and on factors that might mitigate guilt. And he does so at the very moment when Starmer and his ministers are seeking to eradicate the principle of jury trials. This is also something that's happening in the UK right now, chat. All of Manon's speech is worth reading, though it is very long. I append here just a small section. His direct challenge to the trial judge with the most defiant passage highlighted in bold. It is a powerful defense of one of our fundamental rights, rights that are gradually being whittled away by growing establishment authoritarianism. So this is from Rajiv Menon. Mazhir, in her closing speech on much the same theme, told you that the defendants who had given evidence had not raised any real challenge to the charge of criminal damage. I'm sorry, but it is not right to say that the defendants who gave evidence did not raise any challenge. They did raise a challenge. They maintained that they had a lawful excuse. That was their challenge. But what's happened is that His Lordship, the trial judge, has withdrawn that defense as a matter of law, and that's the true position that we find ourselves in. Their challenge was lawful excuse, and the court has withdrawn that as a lawful defense. So where does that leave you, the members of the jury? You could be forgiven for thinking that His Lordship is in fact directing you as a matter of law to convict Charlotte Head, who I'll focus on for now, of criminal damage. But you'd be wrong to think that. His Lordship is not directing you to convict. In fact, not only is he not directing you to convict, but he's also absolutely forbidden from doing so as a matter of law. The law is crystal clear on this point. No judge in any criminal case is allowed to direct a jury to convict any defendant of criminal damage. Any defendant of criminal charge, whatever the evidence may be. That is the law. Please remember that fundamental principle at all times when you retire. Please don't misinterpret anything in His Lordship's directions or summing up, which will follow the defense speeches, as amounting to a legal direction to convict. That would be a terrible mistake to make. I repeat, His Lordship is absolutely not directing you to convict because he's barred as a matter of law from doing so. The jury has every right to be confused about this because it is confusing. You have every right to think that the distinction between withdrawing the only available defense to a criminal charge on the facts and a direction to convict is at best a distinction without a difference. Is at best a distinction without a difference. You have every right to think that the two effectively amount to the same thing, but the fact of the matter is they are absolutely not the same thing. They are fundamentally different. Let me try and explain it. If you look at the legal directions in the first section headed Functions of Judge and Jury, you'll see it's quite lengthy. I'm not going to go through it point by point, but I'd ask you to read it carefully when you retire. All the directions in this document are important, but I'd suggest that the directions on the function of judge and jury are particularly important in this case. The key point to summarize is that the facts and the verdicts you return, having considered facts, are solely for you. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you in the chat? What are you doing? I hate fascists. I love AOC. Mamdani, Platinum. I want all progressives to win power and conservatives to lose power. Don't care. Wait till you find out Platinum love working US torture camp. I don't care. He's not conservative. I judge people where they are now. Take her over Trumpite. Oh boy. Wait till you find out Platinum love fascists with Nazi tattoos. People can reform. Judge by right. Okay. I'm gonna say this like really, really simply. Yeah. Really, really simply. First of all, Edo Chuli's biceps. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm covering an extremely fucking important ruling about the Palestine fucking action activists, the Filton 24, who've just been given a not guilty verdict, right? This is really fucking important shit. I don't give a flying fuck about your fucking, like, what you're coming in here and talking about. I hate fascists, I love AOC, Mamdani, Platinum. Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. Like, whatever. We're not talking about that shit. What the fuck are you on about? Right? And my chatters, please don't get involved. Please don't fucking argue with this person. Please don't do fucking shit like this. But I'm going to tell you right now. No, that's too late. That's too late. That's too late. Take a week off. That's too late. I'll tell you why I'm telling you why I'm giving you a week off. I'm telling you why I'm giving you a fucking week off, right? First of all, Banker, yeah, you need to not take the bait, right? If someone comes in saying, like, I love AOC, Mamdani, Platinum, whatever, man, just fucking ignore it, right? It's whatever. It's not worth having an argument about in chat. That's on you, Banker, right? But I'm telling you fucking right now, yeah, however the fuck you say your name, Edo Chuli's biceps, whatever. Calling people a fucking psyop. Calling people a fucking psyop in my chat is insane. It's insane. When all Banker was doing was saying Graham Plattner is a fascist with fascist tattoos. It's just real stuff. It's just real. That's just real information. He's a war criminal. No, I'm not like Marcus. You can talk to each other in my chat. I don't give a fuck. You can talk to each other. As long as you're not fucking like being vitriolic. Like, this is vitriolic. You know what I mean? You were vitriolic. That's why I've made you have a fucking week off. Think about what I'm talking about. Don't talk to other people in the chat like that. You're new in this community. You're not even fucking following me, dude. You're not even fucking following me. Do you know what? Fuck it. You're banned. Insane. Absolutely insane behavior. Timmy KC says, bro, this pissed me the fuck off about Zoran. Hey, dog. What did I just say? What did I just fucking say to that guy? Timmy, what did I just fucking say to that guy? I am covering a fucking massively important bit of news about the Filton fucking 24 in the fucking UK, right? I'm not interested in what fucking Zoran has done. I'm not interested in what fucking AOC has said or Platinum or anything like that. I'm not even covering any of that shit today. I'm not covering any of that shit. I'm not being a dick about it is the point. You're not being a dick about it, but I'm not interested. I don't care about fucking Zoran. I don't care what he's done. I don't care what he said. It's fucking literally shut up about fucking US politicians. This is so fucking important. And I've got like a random fucking guy in the chat being like, I love Platinum, I love AOC, not even fucking following me. Timmy, your sound. I know your sound, innit? But like, I don't give a fucking flying fuck about whatever Zoran's done. You know? You just got in here. All right, fair enough, Timmy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get beef with you, man. I hope you're doing okay. Okay, who else came in just now? We got Zoo. We got Ninja. What's up? We got Blue Vixen. How you doing? What's going on? Yeah, no worries. A psyop is basically that person was accusing Banker with a W, our lovely chat member, of being a CIA, being psyoped by the CIA to believe true and correct things about Graham Plattner, which, yes, he has a Nazi tattoo, and he's also a fucking war criminal. But anyway, as I said, I'm not getting into that now. Ridiculous stuff. Hey, Yowlitz, what's up? Good to see you. So, as I was saying, I was just in the middle of reading this speech. For those of you that don't know, this is a speech from Rajiv Menon, yeah, who is one of the barristers for one of the Filton 24. 5 of them got released on bail today because they were found not guilty, yeah? If you don't know what the Filter 24 is, I've already gone through it a bunch of times already. I've been streaming for like an hour and 20 minutes. I've been covering this for like 40 minutes. I don't want to go over it again. If you don't know about the Filter 24, please check it out. I've got a video coming out about it in a bit. So you can stay on to my YouTube channel. You can subscribe there and, you know, the video will be out there. Google it. No. You'll get the point as I crack on. Also, hello, Stephen. How are you doing? Rajiv Menon did a speech in front of the prosecution and the judge and the jury about how the judge in this case was trying to encourage the jury to convict these members of the Filton 6. And the reason that they wanted... And this was a judge that was put there by Kier Starmer, right? Kier Starmer and his government, they swapped out the judges for literally a more pro-Israel judge. Why did they do that? Because it is very clear that they wanted to get convictions about the Filton 24 because they're members of Palestine Action, and it would solidify their prescription of Palestine Action, which means that they would be prescribed forever, right? And if any judicial review came along, they wouldn't be able to unprescribe them, essentially, right? So that's the importance of this. That is the importance of this fucking decision today by the jury to not convict any of these people, right? 6 of them. There's still 18 on prison in remand. It's very, very, very important. It's very satisfying to watch institutional corruption fail outright, yeah. It is also why the Labour government in the UK at the moment is trying to stop trial by jury, yeah? They're trying to stop trial by jury. It's completely insane. Anyway, so this is... I was halfway through doing the speech when all that shit was going on in the chat, right? Okay. If you look at the legal directions of the first section headed functions of a judge and jury, you'll see it's quite lengthy. I'm not going to go through it point by point, but I'd ask you to read it carefully when you retire. All the directions in this document are important, but I'd suggest that the directions on the function of judge and jury are particularly important in this case. The key point to summarize is the facts, and the verdicts you return, having considered the facts, are solely for you. So nobody, not even his lordship, the judge, can direct you as to what factual conclusions to reach. Nobody, not even his lordship, the judge, can direct you to convict. It's as simple as that. That's the law. So, for the avoidance of any doubt about this, I am absolutely not asking you to disregard his lordship's legal directions. On the contrary, I'm asking you to follow them, in particular, this section on functions of judge and jury, and remind you that nobody, not even his lordship, the judge, can dictate to you what factual conclusions to reach in this case, nor direct you to convict the defendants of any of the charges they face. The reason that he's saying this, chat, is because he had been directing the jury to convict the defendants, right? And to dismiss parts of the law that were relevant in this case. That's how corrupt this judge is, right? Indeed, it was as long as ago... It Indeed, it was as long ago as 1670 that the independence of the jury was definitively established beyond question. William Penn and William Mead were Quakers. They were prosecuted for preaching to an unlawful assembly. It was a crime in 1760, about 20 or 30 years after the end of the English Civil War, to have a religious assembly of more than 5 people outside the auspices of the Church of England. And William Penn and William Mead had preached to a group of more than 5 people on the streets of London. They stood trial at the Old Bailey before a judge and jury, and at the end of the evidence, the judge directed the jury to convict, but the jury refused to convict. The judge was furious and again ordered the jury to convict, stating they would not be dismissed until they did so. The jury again refused to convict. The judge remanded the entire jury in custody for 2 days and ordered that they be denied all food and water. As the jurors were being taken from court to prison, William Penn shouted out, "You are Englishmen, mind your privilege, give not away your right," to which one member of the jury, Edward Bushell, replied, "Nor shall we ever do." When the jury returned to court 2 days later, having not had any food or water for that period, the judge again ordered them to convict. The jury continued to refuse and returned a verdict of not guilty. The judge fined the jury for contempt of court and remanded them in custody until the fines were paid. 8 jurors paid their fine, but 4 refused, and one of those was Edward Bushell, who then petitioned to a higher court for what is called a writ of habeas corpus, which, if issued by the court, would result in his immediate release from custody. The higher court issued that writ, and Edward Bushell and 3 others were released, establishing the right of a jury to return a verdict without fear of punishment from the trial judge. 1670, this happened in. Right? Very, very, very important to know your history. Very important to know your history in these cases. This legal challenge by Edward Bushell has come to be known as Bushell's case and is one of the most celebrated cases in British legal history. There's a marble plaque inside the Old Bailey in central London which reads as follows. Near this site, William Penn and William Mead were tried in 1670 for preaching to an unlawful assembly in Grace Church Street. The tablet commemorates the courage and endurance of the jury, Thomas Vere, Edward Bushell, and 10 others who refused to give a verdict against them, although locked up without food for 2 nights and were fined for their final verdict of not guilty. The case of these jurymen was reviewed on a writ of habeas corpus, and Chief Justice Vaughan delivered the opinion of the court, which established the right of juries to give their verdict according to their convictions. Putting that all together, there's a picture of the plaque. Putting that all together, members of the jury, you can find Charlotte and her co-defendants not guilty of criminal damage. It is perfectly fair and proper verdict for you to return in this case. Please don't think for one moment that you are somehow barred as a matter of law from doing so. Indeed, you should find Charlotte and her co-defendants not guilty of criminal damage. It will undoubtedly take great courage and independence, I accept, to do so, but the facts ultimately are solely for you. Please don't forget that. And don't worry, the good news is that we've moved on since 1670. There is no prospect of you being imprisoned or fined for the factual conclusions you reach or the verdicts you return. And that brings me, as far as criminal damage is concerned, to his lordship's summing up of the evidence, which will follow defense speeches. Now, I have no idea how he's going to pitch this, how he's going to approach his summary of the evidence. He might do what most judges do these days, namely sum up the evidence without making any comment, without expressing any opinion, without any edge, without any spin, without any innuendo, i.e. 100% neutrality. You may think that would be the fairest approach to take, given a trial judge is like a referee or an umpire. But our system does allow judges to make comment and express opinion, even strongly, in certain circumstances. As long as the summing up remains balanced and impartial, as long as the fundamental right of every defendant to a fair trial isn't undermined, as long as a jury is directed that you are entitled to reject any judicial opinion of the facts if you wish, as his lordship has already directed you, and as long as any judicial opinion or comment is not wrongly expressed as a legal direction that you must follow. So if his lordship does decide to express an opinion on the evidence, please do not, under any circumstances, misinterpret that opinion as a legal direction, because it is not. So I'm not going to read the rest of it because it's I've already been reading a whole bunch of stuff. But of course, after this speech, the jury did indeed find them not guilty, and it is fantastic. Fantastic news for the Filton 24. It's fantastic news for the 6, the 5 who've finally been granted fucking bail. Finally been fucking granted bail after 17 fucking months. They've been in there the longest. Yeah, it's just absolutely fucking wonderful. It's great stuff. So, hell yeah. Fuck prisons. Fuck cops. and fuck Israel. I think there was a lot of guys called William Penn back in the day. Kairos, I don't know if it would have been the same guy. He was given the chance by the king to get the fuck out of England. Wait, is it the same guy? Is that William Penn that is referenced there the same William Penn that founded Pennsylvania? Okay, that's crazy. Gotta wonder how many times this judge has gotten away with this. If he's ever sat over trials regarding pro-Palestine activists, you could believe he's gotten away with it. Because the reason that he was put in this, on this trial is because he's super pro-Israel. So there you go. Yeah, hell yeah. Takes a lot of clout to do what he did in court, so that makes sense, yeah. It's the same guy. Madness. Madness. Oh, well, he was a fucking colonizer piece of shit, so... Bastard. Cool stuff, but... Piece of shit bastard. When you found out a guy who did something really base turned into a settler. Oh. How stacked is the UK courts against regular people? Massive. Can the judge just tell the jury if you don't convict him, you're anti-Semitic? The judge can say whatever they fucking want. That's what he was saying. That's what the KC was implying in that speech, right? I doubt it would have been that, you know, clear cut. I doubt it would have been that explicit, but I imagine from what people were saying and from that actual extract there in Jonathan Cook's blog, talking about how the jury wrote a note to the judge basically saying, so if we were to find these guys not guilty for criminal damage based on the fact that they were trying to prevent the genocide in Gaza, would that be a lawful use of a verdict? Gave that to the judge. The judge went, no, you're not allowed to do that, basically, and that's wrong. It was bad, and then the Tories scrapped legal aid, so getting legal defense is up in the air. Yeah, basically you could get legal aid, but you have to be on benefits, and it's still a bit of a pain to get it. So anyway, we've also got some other good news, and it's funny that Banker is in here and Vord, my two Belgian commie comrades. We got the BDS movement here talking about Belgium implementing a partial military embargo on Israel. Let's fucking go. The BDS movement calls for escalated civil society pressure on all states to impose legal and targeted sanctions against Israel. Belgium implements a partial military embargo. So let's have a look and see if we can get even more info about this. Following the lead of the Spanish state in Slovenia, the Belgian federal government has passed a royal decree law implementing partial military trade sanctions against Israel, citing the provisional measures and the serious risk of genocide indicated by the International Court of Justice. The decree bans all aircraft carrying weapons and military supplies to genocidal Israel from using Belgian airspace or airports. To note, the decree does not ban import, export, and transit with customs, which is regional competence, but it is a critical measure to close loopholes on actual implementation and control. This is an important win, but it's not a total victory yet. We need to continue to take action and demand accountability with courage and moral clarity. We need to keep up the pressure so that Belgium implements a full, comprehensive military embargo, both at a regional and federal level, to fulfill its obligations under international law. The BDS movement salutes the grassroots movements, the civil society, trade unions, workers, activists, and people of conscience from all over Belgium who made this possible. People power has brought us here, and it's not the first milestone in Belgium. But in July 2025, a Belgian court ordered the Flemish region of Belgium to halt all transit or transfer of military material to Israel, thanks to the tireless action of activists, human rights organizations, grassroots groups, lawyers, and investigative journalists in Belgium. In a recent statement on the so-called Board of Peace for Gaza, led by President Trump, the Belgian Foreign Affairs Minister stated, quote, defending international law is crucial for a medium-sized country like Belgium, end quote. As Palestinian civil society has warned, Israel's genocide, armed and enabled by the US and other Western powers, is normalizing this might makes right era with forms of extreme colonial violence. Any state, even among the increasingly pathetic colonial powers of Europe like Belgium, that thought it was safe, must think again. At last, Belgium seems to start to understand this. We call for pressure on Belgian authorities at all levels to hold Israel accountable as a necessary step towards justice. A necessary step towards stopping the US empire and working towards justice and peace for all. It's time to impose lawful targeted sanctions, started with comprehensive military, energy and trade embargoes. It's a matter of legal duty and not discretion. Belgium now joins other states such as Colombia, Turkey, Malaysia, Spain, Slovenia, and Scotland in shattering the taboo of imposing meaningful and lawful sanctions against Israel. States must meet their legal obligations under international law, including the Genocide Convention and the Apartheid Convention. Hell fucking yes. So that is extremely good. Chat, it's time for the chant. That's it. That's it. All right, let's take a look at some news regarding the Gaza Strip. This came out this week that Israel has opened the Rafah crossing, but of course, they've only opened it one way. Let's see how evil, genocidal, piece of shit, atrocity propaganda, pro-Israel, edited by Rafi Berg, lover of Zionism and Israel, BBC, reports on this particular fucking piece of news.
16 patients following its reopening.
Hang on.
More Palestinians are expected to pass through the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt following its reopening. The Palestinian Red Crescent said it had transported 16 patients with companions to a hospital in southern Gaza earlier today. They had then been taken in ambulances to the crossing in the hope they could depart for Egypt. On Monday, just 5 patients left Gaza with companions and 12 people were allowed to return. That is far fewer than the 50 patients that had been promised. About 20,000 Palestinians are hoping to leave the territory for medical treatment. Many thousands want to return home. The UN World Food Programme says that supplies to Gaza have ramped up after the US brokered ceasefire. Approximately 750 metric tons of food are now entering the Gaza Strip daily, but that is still far short of its daily target of 2,000 tons and well below what is needed after 2 years of Israel's devastating war that's reduced much of Gaza to ruins. As we know, people are trying to leave for medical treatment and there are others who want to return home. What did
they say? Hang on a minute. How did they say that? Devastating war. Okay. Daily target of 2,000 tons. 750 tons. Okay. Well, they're reported on it seemingly accurately. Okay.
1,000 tons and well below what is needed after 2 years of Israel's devastating war that's reduced much of Gaza to ruins. As we know, people are trying to leave for medical treatment and there are others who want to return home. Let's hear now from both sides. The first, Gazan resident Mana Rajab.
What? What? Let's hear now from both sides? Wait, what?
To ruins. As we know, people are trying to leave for medical treatment and there are others who want to return home. Let's hear now.
Oh, let's hear from both sides. People who want to leave and people who want to come back. Okay.
Both
all right.
sides. The first, Gazan resident Mana Rajab, who is waiting for medical evacuation for her brother. He was left paralyzed from the waist down after sustaining severe injuries.
There is no care for him. There is no ambulance for him. And he can't walk. He can't eat by himself. He is in very difficult situation. Despite trying for 9 months, he has been unable to travel for treatment because of the continued border closure. We hope he can evacuate for traveling in any country. Just we need to help him to walk again. All of us need to travel out. There is no food. There is no...
Is that AI? Is this AI? It's AI, isn't it? I actually wouldn't be surprised. I would just be completely outraged, as I always am with the BBC.
No medical care. There is no things. There is no house for us. We live in tents. It's very difficult.
On the Egyptian side of the border.
That's AI. They just like got a fucking AI translate. I mean, none of the information, none of the words were like misleading or misinformation or whatever, but it was definitely AI. God, the BBC. My God.
Waiting to return to Gaza is 20-year-old Mahdi, whose footballing dreams were crushed the same day that a truck passed over his leg while he was searching for food at night. He's now joined a cycling team, which has helped him to cope with everything he's been through.
Cycling helps me feel strong and free again. The first thing is to hug my family and see them safe. Then I want to meet my friends and...
It's all AI. It's all fucking AI. This is insane. They won't even allow actual Palestinian voices on here. Not even to hear them speak in Levantine Arabic and then have it be translated. This is disgusting.
My bike in the streets. I hope to help rebuild the neighborhood and inspire others, showing that life continues.
Fucking fuck off, BBC. Absolute fucking garbage. We're bringing this guy back. It's the guy that Nappers doesn't like. I imagine they struggle with hiring Arabic speakers. What are you talking about? No, they don't. They never have. In the history of the fucking BBC, they have literally never struggled with getting translation. Everybody wants to work for the fucking BBC. That is just completely absurd. There's no way that they struggle with it. There's no fucking way. Not a fucking shot. I'm sorry, but that is just... That's like, no way. They don't struggle with that. They have got the most fucking money in the entire fucking world. And if you mean like... Oh, well... If I was Arab, I would never... Okay, yeah, I thought that's what you were saying. Turncoat people exist, and also people who are not from the region can speak Arabic. So, that's just not an excuse in any way, shape or form. I know that you're probably not trying to excuse the BBC, Sally, but no, sorry. That's just so out of the realm of anything. There's no way. They got the resources. They've just chosen not to do it. And I wonder if it is a decision by Rafi Berg, who, again, is the main editor of the BBC, who is extremely pro-Israel, a fucking Zionist, and, yeah, you're just commenting, okay, yeah. I imagine that he, is probably saying, nah, let's not have any Palestinians actually have their voice, and let's not get let's not waste any money translating that language. I could just hear it in my head, you know what I mean? Let's not waste any money getting translators for that fucking, for that language. Hey, Junebug, what's up? AI translation is getting common in different major outlets in a variety of contexts. As an interpreter, it sucks. It's not undeniable that it's bad faith. It's not undeniable that it's bad faith. Yes. AI voice only in order to conceal identity, only good reason, I can imagine. Yeah, sure, but there's loads of cousins that will speak to the BBC. They're not scared of Israel, do you know what I mean? Of course they're scared of Israel, but they'll be like, I'm gonna just speak anyway, you know what I mean? Because fucking why should I have to hide? Why should I have to hide who I am? It's just mad. It's just absolutely fucking mad. They could speak to Al Jazeera and get translators, you know? Anyway, speaking of Al Jazeera, we got the guy that Nap Taker doesn't like, but he's back and talking about the Rafah crossing partially reopening as wounded remaining trapped. Let's have a look.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, Gaza's Rafah crossing has reopened on Israel's terms.
Palestinians in need of urgent medical care are set to leave Gaza through the Rafah crossing as it reopens for the first time in nearly 2 years.
But every name still needs Israeli approval, every family faces checkpoints, and Gaza's health system is shattered. So what does open really mean?
Easy to have another human speak for them in that case as well, lazy and lightly malicious, yeah.
I'm Kevin Hurton, and this is The Take. Hi, before we continue with today's show, remember to leave us a comment telling us what you think about
My name's Ali Harb. I am a senior producer for Al Jazeera English, and I am now here at our headquarters in Doha, Qatar.
Okay.
It's your bro, Nappers.
Welcome to The Take. On Monday, the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt reopened to allow
What's PMG network?
transferred out of the Strip to receive treatment. This is part of the second phase of the U.S.-backed ceasefire agreement, and thousands of patients have been desperately waiting for this day to come, only to be bitterly disappointed once again. Al Jazeera English digital correspondent Maram Humaid has...
Well, yeah, that's the thing as well. It's also kind of like an embarrassment to journalism, isn't it? It is an embarrassment to journalism. Find a fucking translator. You could literally, 30 seconds, look up, call a translator, get the, sort out the fucking money to pay him and stuff. I imagine that's the only thing that's a bit of a stress. Like if you're a journalist and you need to use the publication's funds to hire a journalist, the only faffing around that you're going to have to do is actually getting the money from your boss or the finance department or whatever, and then getting them to pay him. You know what I mean?
On the ground in Gaza.
Oh, the People Makes Games. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Patients. Some of the patients were able to leave on the first day.
I felt so happy.
Isn't BBC headquarters in Manchester? The BBC have got various different headquarters all over the country. The majority of BBC production is now based in Manchester at Media City, but that's also true for Channel 4, ITV, Channel 5. It's just a massive... That's just where a lot of the production happens. So yeah, with the production, it probably would have been in Manchester, yeah. Could they not find an Arabic speaker in Manchester? Right, exactly, yeah, exactly. So let's crack on.
I wish they could be with me, but I had to leave because of my son's eyesight. I've been waiting for 1.5 years and I'm eager to leave. I'm so happy to be the first in the group too.
So Ali, try to walk us through the actual process of...
I work with that. I'm an interpreter. We have something to the effect of a dispatch for impromptu, unscheduled work. Right, yeah.
Leaving Gaza. It seems incredibly complicated. Who has to approve them? Who checks them? What are the layers of screening they have to go through before they can move on?
It's a multi-layered, extremely complex process. The people who need medical...
Oh, my God. Oh, chat. Yeah. I gotta show you. Here they are. The 5 of the filtered 24 who were released today. First footage. Here they are. That's great. That's great. I'm welling up, chat. I'm welling up. I'm fucking welling up. They were locked up on remand for 17 months. They basically, I mean, I can say it about these 5 now because the trial has happened. Like, they smashed up a weapons factory, an Israeli weapons factory, with Palestine action before they were prescripted. And, you know? Yeah, the 17 months on remand is crazy. They were denied bail and all that kind of stuff. You know, yeah, they've been inside for 17 months without trial. And it is a total state overreach. Like I said, I'm planning a video about it on my main channel. Hopefully I'm gonna get that video done by next week. I've been writing it for some time. So all the details are going to be in that. You know, I've done a lot of fucking research into this case. Like, I know a bunch of people who are related to it. Some of my friends are related to it. And yeah, it is literally like really, really, really shit. There is also incredibly likely to be true evidence that the Israeli state was involved in making this happen, right? Because it is totally out of normality for prisoners to be held on remand for more than 6 months in the UK. It is absolutely insane that they were held on remand for 17 months. There's more to be released. Yeah, there's one of the 6. So this is 5 of them. And there's one of the 6 of the people who were at the factory doing the action who is still inside. He's not been granted bail because he's got an additional charge of grievous bodily harm, right? But that's also nonsense. And there's another bail hearing on the 18th of February. But there's also 18 more people who are held on remand who weren't even at the factory doing the damage, right? But they've been charged with the same stuff. Hey, Reality Bites, how you doing? So, it's good news for them as well, because it means that they're likely to get the same verdict. They are likely to get the same verdict. Anyway, I'm gonna cry. All right. Yeah, there you go, chat. Beautiful. It's great to see him free.
Evacuation, they need to first prove that they have a medical case that cannot be treated inside Gaza. So the first layer is the Gaza Health Ministry, and that is the easiest layer. And then it goes to COGAT, the Israeli agency that oversees the affairs of the Palestinian territories, and then the Israeli military, and then it's just layers and layers of security checks, and it's not an expedited process. People literally are waiting. They may have cancer, they may have wounds from the genocidal war, they may have heart complications, all conditions that cannot be treated in Gaza, and they are in a race against time, and they don't know whether their name will come up to leave Gaza and receive medical treatment outside of the territory.
Israel is keeping an iron grip on the now reopened Rafah crossing. It says it will allow 50 patients to cross a day, along with 2 family members each, but only those it has already approved.
And to highlight how difficult this process is, on the first day of the opening of the crossing, the very partial opening of the crossing, only 5 patients were allowed to leave. And we're talking about 5 out of as many as 22,000 people who need to leave Gaza to save their own lives, to get medical treatment that would prolong their life. They could die while waiting.
The ceasefire happened in October, so we're pushing almost 4 months. Shouldn't some of this have been settled ahead of time?
Absolutely. I mean, also the ceasefire said that all parties should cease fire, but we're seeing Israel bomb Palestinians on a daily basis. We're seeing Israel shoot at Palestinians on a daily basis. Also, the ceasefire said that adequate medical aid, adequate humanitarian aid, adequate food supplies should enter Gaza.
I'm out.
And we're not seeing any of this. So, long story short, Israel is not honoring its commitments under the ceasefire.
Yeah, who's surprised?
And the United States, as the guarantor of the ceasefire, is not pressuring Israel to live up to those commitments.
Right, okay, so this is more of a...
I got a video on the jury verdict today. We're going to have a look at that in a bit.
Concrete move.
Look, a lot of people have welcomed it. The fact that it's opened, that 5 people have crossed on Monday, could open the door for more patients to go. But if you're going to wait for 22,000 people to go at at a rate of 5 people a day or 10 people a day or even 20 people a day, it will take years. And some people who need that medical evacuation do not have years. So the hope is that this will be increased exponentially and adequately in the coming days. And that remains to be seen.
So, Ali, let's talk about why these patients have to be transported out of Gaza in the first place. And that's because Gaza's health system is decimated. It has been decimated, destroyed by Israel. What state are the hospitals in? What is it like for people trying to just get basic care in Gaza?
Mm-hmm. So before the war, for the most part, Gaza had a functioning medical systems, had world-class doctors, had well-equipped hospitals, despite the siege that predated the war. With the war, that medical system has been systemically devastated and destroyed. We're talking about hospitals put out of commission.
Hey, low-key human. If the judge could be swapped as an attempt to push for conviction, what comes next? Could the juries also be swapped for future trials? Jury selection is done by sortition. So, you know, if it was found out that they were like selecting juries, that would be one of the biggest scandals in UK legal history. But yeah, it's as Luna says, Labour wants to abolish trial by jury. So, and you know, that would give them grounds to, if they wanted to just prescribe anybody, you know what I mean? If they just wanted to like say, oh, this protest group is building too much power. Like, for example, right, if there's a tenants union like London Renters Union or Greater Manchester Tenants Union who starts to get too big to a point where they have membership of, you know, the membership includes every renter in Manchester, so that if they wanted to say, right, it's time for a citywide rent strike, they could do it and they could shut down the city. They could say, GMTU is a terrorist organization and we're going to prosecute the leaders, right? And we won't have a jury trial for it, right? Do you know what I mean? And then the judge can just decide. One judge can just decide. But again, it's like that speech that the KC did in you know, in the trial, where he was reminding everybody, like, this is something that people fought for fucking 350 years ago, man. 350 years ago. If you get too big, the state will come after you. That's what Lenin said in 1902, and it's correct. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense why Labour's pushing for that. Yeah, I've covered it here on the stream, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, what's up? How the fuck does the Labour Party end up saying abolish juries? For the same reason that the Labour Party is basically saying that they're raising the national minimum wage, but most people are suffering a real terms pay cut. For the same reason that Labour brought in the Renters' Rights Bill, but watered it down. For the same reason that Labour wanted to introduce the 2-child benefit cap. For the same reason that Labour wants to murder trans people. For the same reason, you know, I could go on and on and on and on and on. Well, it's not necessarily power, Marunix, because as we're finding out, and we're going to get into this in a bit, it is power, but more specifically, it was a group of pedophiles who were like really connected to Israel, and there was a leader of the Labour Party who was very anti-Israel, and they were like, we need to do everything that we can to stop that fucking guy getting in power, Jeremy Corbyn, right? And then when he fails in his election and he stands down, we need to find someone to run for leadership who will do whatever we say, and we will eviscerate the entirety of the left of the party. Yeah? Eviscerate the entirety of the left of the party. Eviscerate the entire left of the party. And that was probably Peter Mandelson. That was probably Jeffrey Epstein and that group of fucking pedos. That was probably their guy on the inside of the Labour Party. And it's probably all down to that. And it's probably all down to Israel. I think that broadly, like, most people in the UK weren't bothered by the soft socialist reforms that Jeremy Corbyn and a Labour government wanted to bring in, right? But when it came to Israel, when Israel got wind that the UK, which is historically... Remember, chat, Israel, the Zionist project, knows that the UK was the first country to grant them Palestine. We gave Zionism Palestine as a gift. We owned it. We controlled it. We said, here you go. You can have it. Of course, what's that? You've got fucking psycho militia, fascist psycho militias who want to just murder everyone and do whatever. Here you go. Here's some guns. There's loads of guns that we had that we don't use there anymore. So you can have them. And you can do the fucking Nakba with it, mate. So as soon as Israel heard that Jeremy Corbyn was saying, yep, Palestine should be free, we're going to get into a Labour government, they shat themselves because they were like, okay, that's the end of all support from the UK. They'll end all weapons sales. That will really impact us, yada, yada, yada. It's why Palestine Action was such an important group, right? And it's why it was such an important group to the Zionist entity and to the state. Because they were, that's the reason that they were proscribed, because they were effective. They were an effective group. They were doing the thing that most other groups didn't do, which was materially damage the relationship of the arms trade between the UK and Israel. Robert Maxwell helped with getting arms to Israel too. Yeah, I imagine. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, for people who don't know. Ghislaine Maxwell is British. For those who don't know. The irony that the whole trans people are groomers narrative was designed by a group of ruling class pedos, yeah. All my homies hate Lord Balfour. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Chief Indian, what's up? Oh, you blew up our hotel? Oh, I guess it's yours now. Yeah. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
Medical equipment like MRI machines, like CT scans, like heart scans, either they don't exist at all anymore. In the case of MRIs, there isn't a single function MRI in Gaza, or there's one or two machines serving 2 million people.
Wow.
Additionally to that, the medical workers themselves have been systemically killed, wounded, maimed, abducted by the Israeli military. So it's not just about equipment, it's about the people who would deliver the care, especially in specialized areas, right? Things like heart disease, things like cancer. If we take, for example, a city of 1 million or 2 million people, and you take out 20 heart specialists from it, that will cause a crisis. So in short, the medical system in Gaza has been ravaged, right? And by the way, we don't want to not give credit to those doctors who are still working under extreme conditions. It's just that there are cases and there are medical conditions that the medical system is unable to treat because it doesn't have the resources to do so.
Yeah, and in some ways, the challenge is you can't really even put into words the level of the crisis. Think about when a natural disaster occurs in a city and it puts a strain on the hospital system. It really doesn't take much to create a crisis. Now imagine all of the hospitals were just destroyed or completely weakened at some level. Like, we can't really, I really can't even get my mind.
I love Reg D. Hunter, man. I love Reg D. Hunter. That's so good, dude. I disavow. I would never... Chat, you should never use this word. Never ever use this word. It's so evil. It's so bad. You can get banned on Twitch for saying it. Don't do it. Yeah? Don't do it. It's evil. It's bad. Never say it. I disavow. I disavow. Oh, shit. Wrong video.
Mind around the level of...
About to play Public Enemy.
No, it's difficult to understand what happened. I mean, we talked about the difficult cases. But even if you have hypertension, even if you have diabetes, chronic conditions that are relatively common across the world, You're not seeing a doctor regularly because your doctor may have been killed and because you've been forced to move repeatedly. And if you do see a doctor, the doctor may not have the medication that you need to take regularly.
Yeah.
So think about in Gaza, there's 350,000 people, according to the health ministry.
Again, chat, the resilience of the Palestinians is just something that will be spoken about for thousands of years in terms of how they managed to continue to survive despite the insane way that they are forced to live their lives under apartheid, especially in the Gaza Strip, open air prison conditions. And even fucking now, after the so-called Israel has flattened the entirety of fucking Gaza, they are still being inventive, adapting all the fucking time.
350,000 people with chronic health conditions. I mean, again,
good one, Middle-earth Marxist, that's right.
Condition in the modern age. But those 350,000 people, they are at risk of death. And the fact that 4 months into the quote-unquote ceasefire, we have not seen significant improvements, it's just devastating. Not just for the people of Gaza, but for humanity.
It's not just that we haven't seen improvements, because you spoke to the Gaza Health Ministry spokesperson who said that medicine shortages have actually gotten worse since the ceasefire. Help us understand that. Why would things be getting worse after the fighting slowed?
It's astounding. It's astounding. And I had to stop him and say, hold on, am I hearing things like, I don't want to misquote you, are you sure? He said, yes, there is a deficit of medication in Gaza at 52%, meaning 52% of patients don't have regular access to medication that they need to take to stay alive.
Uh-oh. Got Mirandi here saying it's time to immediately leave all countries that host US bases in the Persian Gulf region. Uh-oh.
And he said this is the highest deficit that they've ever had throughout the...
I just think that what that probably means is what we were talking about when we were covering Iran this week, and when we've been talking about Iran just in generally, and in the way that most people have been talking about Iran, in that the so-called deal that the USA wants to make at the moment is to have them scale back their ballistic missiles operation, which is a red line for Iran. They won't do that. And they will also want them to end any material support for Hezbollah, Ansarallah, or Al-Qassam brigades, part of Hamas. That is also a red line. They won't do that. The nuclear talks may very well renege on the nuclear stuff. However, the ballistics missile program and the support for Hezbollah and Hamas and Ansarallah will not change. And so I think that what's going to happen is they're going to go for this negotiation. They're going to say, no, we will stop enriching uranium if you really want. And I think that even if they say that, I think that the USA is going to bomb him. And I think that that's what Syed Mohammed Marandi is getting to. That's why he's getting the point. Why he's getting the point across like that.
Israel's not allowing in adequate amounts of medication. Moreover, Israel's letting in medication sort of at random. So the health ministry puts out a trap sheet. We need A, B, C. These are the shortages that we have. And they keep getting D, E, F. And they have a lot of the D, E, F medication. So
yeah, Iran are not fucking around. Hey, Parkour's language, how's it going?
Arriving, but it's adding to a surplus.
Everyone go check out Parkour's Languages.
The medication that's
Interesting
needed
DJ
is not
art
arriving
stream.
because Israel is just discarding the need of the Palestinian people in what it allows in and what it doesn't allow in.
We've seen attention on medical evacuations through Rafah, but Gaza's health ministry says the core of the issue is actually rebuilding the health system itself. Do you think evacuations are being treated as a substitute for that reconstruction?
I wouldn't say completely as a substitute. It's a bit more nuanced than that, right? Because some people don't have the luxury of waiting for the hospitals to rebuild. Some people don't have luxury for Israel to randomly allow certain equipment to get into Gaza, because we know these decisions are arbitrary. So there's a life-saving element to these evacuations. Another thing about these evacuations is that when you have people with severe conditions taken to another health system to receive treatment, that frees up resources within the territory to treat, people with the flu.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a big aspect, yeah.
So I think it's not entirely an either or. I think you could do both. And I think you could bring people out while rebuilding the health system.
We'll have more with Ali after the break.
What break? There's not going to be a break. I got YouTube Premium, you motherfucker.
The conflict, the Rafah crossing was under heavy restrictions, but it was still operating, right? In 2022, the UN says there were 133,000 entries and 144,000 exits through the crossing, with goods allowed in about 150 days out of the year, so about half of the year. Can you talk a little bit about how Rafah operated before the war, and if the goal is to try to restore that level of traffic at some point?
Not always arbitrary. Sometimes they're chosen specifically to maximize suffering. Yes, correct.
The siege of Gaza, the crossing has been weaponized. When Israel wants to exert pressure on Palestinians, it would close down the crossing.
Nuclear Slayer, what's up?
When, things are more calm, they would open up the crossing. So it was never this free flow of peoples and goods. But I would note that Rafah is a crossing between two Arab countries. You have Egypt on one side, and you have Gaza, which is part of the state of Palestine, on the other. And the International Court of Justice ruled in 2024 that Israel's occupation of Palestine is illegal, and that Israel must withdraw its settlements and its forces from Palestinian land.
Yeah.
So in reality, according to international law, all of this is illegal. Israel has no right whatsoever, none, to decide who comes in and out of the Rafah crossing.
Yeah.
Especially with the need for medical evacuations being at this level, it's jarring that the ultimate decider here is Israel for a crossing between two Arab countries.
Yeah. And even before the war, there were really...
Oh, by the way, chat, if you are keen to support a Palestinian business, Hirbawi has got a bunch of restocked items in that are not just kufiyas. So please head over to Hirbawi. I believe it's kufiya.org. I'll get the website for you now in the chat.
Really two Rafah crossings, right? There was the above ground one and then the below ground one. The below ground one was supplementing all the stuff they couldn't get through that restricted border.
These shells are stocked up courtesy of a booming black economy.
That's the link in the chat.
What enters Gaza here from deep within the dangerous world of tunnel smuggling
Hey, Adi Kenny, how you doing?
ends up here.
Your mom loves buying Palestinian olive oil? Yeah, that's the way.
Happening. Those tunnels don't exist at the same level. So even if we did restore them before the war, there would need to be an increase in traffic into Gaza to get to that pre-war level, wouldn't there?
When this Gaza siege started, and it was at its worst, when Israel was literally putting Palestinians on a calorie count, we forget that there's a background to this and there's a history to this. So when Israel had those restrictions on Gaza, it was a tunnel economy, right? Like people would have starved had it not been for
Saoirse Kafir sold out as always. Yeah,
and, unauthorized.
It's a popular one.
Of foods and goods, and we can assume that these things have been cracked down upon, especially with the Israeli army in control of that entire strip of the border. As we've said, we're seeing a decrease instead of an increase despite the ceasefire, the so-called ceasefire.
So even if Rafah were fully open, it wouldn't solve Gaza's health crisis.
I mean, you need to flood Gaza with medicine, with medical equipment. You need to flood Gaza with doctors and nurses. And I know that there are hundreds of people, medical professionals, who would be waiting to volunteer. If there's a will, there's a way. Rebuilding the Gaza health sector is not an impossibility at this stage, but it requires a political decision from the international community to send the help, and from Israel to allow the help to get in.
Where is Egypt in all of this?
HDs, I know Hirbawi is stock now, but there's also Nablus Soap, who are more unknown and generally have stock whenever Hirbawi doesn't have stock. Thank you for letting me know. How are you doing? Good to see you.
It's in a very delicate position because, on the one hand, Egypt is extremely worried about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, about Palestinians being pushed en masse to Sinai. But also there are realities on the ground where Israel has maintained veto power over what gets into Gaza from the Egyptian side, where Israel has been able to search shipments that are going into Gaza. So it's not as simple as Egypt can send stuff into Gaza, because right now the crossing's under complete Israeli control.
Yeah, but on the other end is Egypt. So it is going to become a way station for people coming in and out. And I know there's thousands of...
I'm doing very well, thank you, Steez.
And I wonder,
very, very well. I got a bit of a headache, but I'm good.
Anybody was let in, considering some of the overtly genocidal rhetoric we've seen from some on the Israeli hard right.
Oh, they got some great stuff.
I mean, if clearing Gaza was their goal, this would...
Oh, they've actually got some really good stuff.
People were let in, but they were humiliated. People were let in, but they...
This is sick, actually. Bethlehem olive wood soap dish. And then you can get these soaps for it as well. That's so good. They also got Hassan Kanafani, Men in the Sun, and Palestine's Children. They got Tatriz hoodies. They got towels. They got all kinds of mad shit. Yeah, this is dope. Hand-painted ceramic soap dish. I need to get back onto soap. Yeah. They got this is all the soap. Look. They got the camel, they got the 2 keys, they got the almond, the candle. They got the Germa game. That's crazy. They heard about the game that Germa came up with and they were like, let's do that. The ostrich, the tiger, the olive, the land, and it's a co-op as well. Hell yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
They were interrogated several times. They were treated in a way that some advocates could argue amounts to torture. So I'm not sure what the Israeli rationale behind all of this is, but I will say it's heartwarming to see Palestinians reconnecting with their families inside Gaza. I saw footage of a mother whose daughter had been let out early in the war to receive treatment. And as the bus came, she was screaming, to see her daughter. And it's a beautiful moment in the midst of despair.
There are about 80,000 Palestinians who left Gaza during the war who want to return. What does it tell you that despite the horrible conditions we've talked about, the lack of water, the lack of medical facilities, the absence of the basic necessities of life, so many Palestinians are lining up to return home to Gaza?
There's an attachment to one's people, and there's an attachment to one's land that I think people outside of Palestine, myself included, have a hard time understanding. But this is...
And I think that's a really important thing to think about for people in the Imperial Core when it comes to what is happening in Palestine and why Palestinians are so, steadfast. And that is because Palestinians have a relationship to the land. They're the indigenous people of the land, right? Broadly in the Imperial Core, none of us have a relationship to the land. And that is because it has been imperialismed out of us, right? We have to think of the state in the imperial core as a colonizer, because every state has to engage in some form of colonization in order to make the people who live there, subjects, essentially. If we're talking about capitalist states, by the way, this isn't necessarily true for communist states. It's not necessarily true for other kinds. I mean, there's not really many other kinds of states, but other kinds of countries or territories or whatever, right? But if you think about being British, what is our connection to our land? If you're Scottish, you've got more of a connection to your land. If you're Welsh, if you're Irish, but if you're English, what kind of connection to the land do we have? Like, where is it? Like, where are our pagan roots? What, where the fuck do we come from, kind of thing? Like, do we have connections to this land? Is your particular lineage far removed? Is it from France? Is it from Norway? Is it from, have you got roots in Africa? Have you got roots in Asia? Like, you just don't know, right? What connection you've got to the land in it. And it's like, that's the thing that we are missing. And I don't think that you need to be like from here to have a connection to the land. I think you can develop a connection to the land, and you can respect and you can love the land that you're in. But all of the things that would allow for that in the modern world have been completely eviscerated by the state, right? So you can't just go to a random piece of land and start farming, right? You all are connected to Londinium. Funny Latin name. I wonder who named it. Yeah, it was definitely the indigenous Brits. Super American of me to say, but are British people not native to England? Well, what you've got to remember is Britain is a colony of like three countries. So we colonized Ireland. That's the north of Ireland, what's known as Northern Ireland. There's Scotland, which is a total colony. We've totally colonized Scotland. And there's Wales, which we've also totally colonized. It's what the English colonized, and it turned into Britain, right? Britain, or Britannia, is just the one island to the right, to the east of Ireland, right? You've got Ireland on the west, you've got Britain, Britannia, on the east, and that is England, Scotland, and Wales. Obviously, British people who are Welsh are likely to be from Wales. British people who are Scottish are likely to be from Scotland. British people who are Irish, Northern Irish, are from Ireland. But English people, broadly speaking, a massive mixed bag of Norman, Anglo-Saxon, fucking, however, whatever you, fucking, all them fucking European white countries that invaded us, basically, right? And so we just have like no fucking deep connection to the land whatsoever, because it's totally been destroyed. All the pagan rituals that we used to have, we could do our like modern version of it, you know what I mean? And that's a way to get back to it. But that, it's broadly frowned upon, and people call you crusty and they insult you and shit like that. But also more crucially, you can't just go, like I said, to a random piece of land and start farming it. That used to be everybody's right on this land. You could go to a random piece of land and start farming on it. Now, if you do that, people are going to be like, what are you doing? What's going on? Why is it? What the fuck? Why can't... Who, you need to be paying rent to do this here. You know what I mean? And I think that, like, that's how we should be seeing the state in imperial core countries. This is why I believe white people don't have culture, we steal it. Well, that's exactly it. And our states have been absolutely integral in erasing any culture. You know what I mean? And so now I think that, like, all Brits, you know what I mean? Every single British person, should try and have some kind of a connection to the land that you're in. You know what I mean? Yeah, the enclosure of the commons is what made it so that you can't just farm on any land, you know what I mean? Even the last connection we had to our pagan religions was destroyed by the Vatican, right? Yeah. Erasing your own culture, damn. Yeah, that's it, right? That's it. You know what I mean? And of course, this some of it was done extremely violently, like when the Romans came here and they murdered pagans and shit like that. And when the Normans came here and like fucking murdered Catholics or whoever they were murdering and this, that, and the other, you know, there was definitely like, you know, an amount of violence that happened from the state. And it's like, yeah, it's just totally erased any kind of like connection to the land that we have, right? The seizure of public roads by way of demonizing jaywalking, blaming the pedestrian for traffic fatalities. We kind of don't have that here, but like, you know, you can't just like build a thing in the road. You know what I mean? I kind of loved in Sinners the addition of Irish culture they showed as being erased. Yeah. Well, you know, that is also like, you will find a lot of Irish people when they look at Irish Americans, they get dead embarrassed because Irish Americans just kind of don't really know about Irish culture in it. You know what I mean? Like they come from America and they go, oh, brilliant, the Blarney Stone and leprechauns and yada yada yada, right? They've not lived. They don't have any living relatives who are from Ireland, in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the Boston Irish kind of shit, right? And then they come to Ireland and it's just like a bunch of people in the pub eating crisp sandwiches. Eating Tato sandwiches and shit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, they just don't get it. So yeah, it's really important to think about all of that. You know what I mean? You got to think about the way in which the state erases culture and doesn't allow any kind of culture. That's why the state is so opposed to migrants. You know what I mean? It's so opposed to migrants. It's so absolutely biased against black people and anyone who's racialized, because they will bring an element of culture that will cause a fucking like a sort of cognitive dissonance moment for the white people, and they'll go, wait a minute, what the fuck happened to our culture? You know what I mean? And that's why racism is so easily fermented in our culture, because the culture for fucking, centuries has just been no culture. No culture. You sit down, you eat your slop, right? You just eat your fucking slop, you do your job, you work, you don't complain, you keep your head down, you die. Yeah, the migrants brought flavor to the plebs' food. That's how communism has started. It's true. I'm French, English, Italian, Canadian. I've got no connection to culture, right? Yeah. It's sad knowing that I can't ever have culture. No, you can. Like, we can have culture, you know? What motivation is for the state to have no culture at all? Well, it's so that people are easier to control, right? Because if you have a culture of like, we belong to the land, we should be allowed to farm on this land, we should be allowed to build on this land, right? We don't need planning permission, we don't need this, we don't need that, yada, yada, yada. We should be able to assemble on the land. We should be able to, have organizations that look after each other, etc., etc. Because organizing is culture, you know? Like, organizing is culture. Once you start to organize, once you start to go out and do, community meals and shit, or you go and, join a tenants union and you fucking, go to a community center and help with the dishes on old people's night, you know what I mean? That's creating culture. But all of those things are demonized by the state. All of those things are infiltrated by the state. You know what I mean? The problem is our culture is a sort of forced top-down colonial culture. Yeah, exactly. And that, this is why, when the Canadians are in the chat, right? When the Canadians are in the chat, they're always saying, oh my God, Britain's so similar to Canada, and it's like, well, it's not just Britain, and it's not just Canada. The US is exactly like that as well. All of these colonizer states, all of these imperialist states, they've all erased any kind of culture. Of course, it's different in Canada because the indigenous people there were, completely systematically genocided. The same in the land known as the USA and stuff. But there is also that the remaining culture, the culture that remained that took over the so-called culture. Again, it's the colonizer culture, and that is it's sort of like a, how do you call it? It's like a paradigm. It's like a paradigm of flattening out anything that's different and just being like, yeah, well, we control it and it's ours now. It's like, you know, when you see the Israeli shit about like, you know, oh yeah, that famous Israeli meal, pizza, right? You know that shit when you see that meme? It's like, yeah, the famous Israeli meal, pizza. Like in the UK, right? Famous UK meal, fish and chips. Where's that come from? Jewish migrants. Where do Jewish migrants come from? Eastern Europe. Nothing to do with England. Nothing to do with England. It's nothing to do with it. Fucking, I mean, beans on toast is probably the closest thing, but that's like a modern thing, you know? Yeah, fish and chips is a fucking a Jewish migrant thing, yeah. My mum, whenever I bring this up, my mum always said, well, Catholics have it on Fridays. And I was like, when were we Catholic? When were we Catholic in this fucking country? Fucking 2,000 years ago? What are you on about? The best part is that it has broad worldwide influences like drum and bass or dubstep. That's the real good Brit culture, in my opinion. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And the beautiful part about drum and bass is that it's like a mix of like, you know, culture and shit. It comes from, drum and bass is like the electronic version of reggae, ska, lovers rock, I think, and like sound system culture, which was like obviously Caribbean culture, but Caribbean immigrants brought that to the UK, and then white people were like, oh, this is mint, and then that kind of like started the skinhead movement of like, you know, skinheads against racism and shit like that, and like, you know, bashing down the doors of racism and actually like, you know, mixing with migrants and stuff. And yeah, drum and bass is kind of like a dubstep particularly is like a procession of that, like a progression of that, you know. It all comes from black music. It all comes from black music. It all comes from black music. But I think the beautiful part about drum and bass and dubstep particularly is that like it was that combination of like actual anti-racism that resulted from, you know, basically white people going like, oh, you know, this is fine. Like these black guys are all right. Like, you know. And obviously it's not as simple as that. I'm being really reductive, you know. But you know, it's definitely something that is like you can see it in a lot of working class places in Britain where like the white working class people started to realize, hang on a minute, the black people who are living on this road have got like a fucking proper shit time. You know, we've got it shit, but they've got it fucking way shitter. You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's pretty fucking good, man. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not for a single second saying that racism doesn't exist in Britain anymore or anything like that. It's far from it. But like, yeah, I'm so glad that like the segregation that we had in Britain was not really like formalized. It was more sort of, how can I put this? How can I put it? It was not like Jim Crow, right? It was something where the councils would house black people in certain areas, but there were just white people living there as well in it, you know what I mean? And it's pretty good that the segregation didn't happen in the same way as it did happen in the US, because, you know, otherwise, well, obviously I don't need to explain that. It's so fucking ridiculous, like how much shit hasn't progressed in the US. But yeah, particularly when I think about drum and bass, yeah, that's what I think about. So a great addition. Thanks for reminding me of drum and bass. I'd almost forgot it existed, even though I play it on the stream every day. How it's segregated still in the South, I imagine, yeah. Like, it is still segregated, right? Societally, it's still segregated, yeah. Yeah, it's completely fucked, right? I just asked an AI what it was called before the Great Schism. Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing, Nadia? What are you talking to the Babylon machine for? lot of Americans don't know about oi culture and don't know about skinhead aesthetic. Like, all working class aesthetics was co-opted by dipshit fascists. Yes. The difference between de jure and de facto segregation. Yes. That's why London is so good, because they still have lots of council housing, relatively, so different people are mixed together. Yeah, but that's the problem with gentrification, right? Is that gentrification flattens out all that shit, and you know, it just forces, like, the first people who are socially cleansed from the area are like migrant families, you know, racialized families, racialized communities, because they just, like, you know, across the board get paid less, and then after that, working class white communities follow suit as well. Gentrification is happening a lot in London, and it's happening a lot in Manchester, and it's super, super, super important. It's a really important cause to fight. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. We kind of got to the end of this anyway. We got a video about the Filtered 24 from Declassified. Let's have a look at this.
Outside Woolwich Crown Court in London, where 6 Palestine Action protesters have just been found not guilty of aggravated burglary.
Let's fucking go.
At Elbit Systems site in Filton near Bristol in 2024.
Let's go.
The 6 people have spent over a year and a half in prison awaiting trial, and now we're just waiting to see if any of them will be granted bail, because the jury couldn't reach a verdict in several outstanding charges. However, campaign group Defend Our Juries is already hailing this as a huge blow for the government, because the jury, made up of ordinary men and women, decided not to convict the group on some of the most serious charges.
So the defendants were victorious when they stepped in the courtroom 10 weeks ago. And they are victorious today. The verdicts are as follows. On the most serious charge of aggravated burglary, all 6 defendants were found not guilty. On the charge of violent disorder, there was no verdict reached for Charlotte Head, Samuel Corner and Ellie Cameo. On the charge of violent disorder, Zoe Rogers, Fatima Zainab Rajwani and Jordan Devlin were found not guilty. On the charge of criminal damage, there was no verdict reached for any of the 6 defendants.
Oh, hey, Mia, what's up?
That is a victory. On the charge of...
Are they going to get compensation? No. Oh, it's rhetorical. Oh, sorry. I always read the first half of people's chats.
The extra charge of GBH for Samuel Corner, no verdict was reached. Now, on the no verdicts, it can only be taken to retrial if it is in the public interest. Now, the defendants have already served 18 months in prison without a single conviction. Effectively, I think we can all agree that that effectively is enough punishment for people who were never even convicted.
Yeah.
So it would only be in the interest of the Israeli weapons firms to continue the circus of persecuting the Filton 24.
Yeah.
So, I'm not Irish, but Chucky Allah, our day has come.
I'm not Irish, but Chucky Allah.
Victory at last. The jury failed to convict my daughter Ellie and the other 5 who took courageous action to stop a genocide, which the jury could plainly see. Having now heard all the evidence...
British mams are so good. British mams are so good, chat. Honestly, I'm telling you now. That's the kind of thing my mum would say. Oh, fucking hell. Oh god.
And watch the footage.
But also, actually, what I will say is that, like, I think that a lot of these people's families were not politically active before any of this happened. You know what I mean? And now you've just got, like, random mum from, I don't know, fucking Herefordshire or whatever, is now, like, radicalized and learning Irish, right? Learning Irish. Could you imagine? Like, could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine? Maybe 10 years ago, if like a random British person just started saying, oh, I'm learning Irish, it would be like this esoteric, really rare, historic, like history nerd thing to do, right? And now it's just like, yeah, like I could believe that. I can believe that, like, this woman now knows Irish. She now knows probably loads more about Palestine than she ever fucking did. You know?
Hello, my old chum.
With its content.
In the interest of showing some contrition, I'm sorry about calling that guy a psyop. I hate fascists. I thought I got an hour timeout. I came back to see it to ban. Just wanted to say sorry. Now you're doing ban evasion. What are you talking about? Brother, there's ban requests for a fucking reason. For a fucking reason. If you really, really want to be in my community that much, send me an unban request and I'll have a look at it in a minute. Yeah, it wasn't just about calling the guy a psyop. You interrupted me. Now you're interrupting me again. Now you're interrupting me a fucking again. When I'm talking about this really fucking important shit, the same shit that you fucking interrupted me about before. Rob, thank you so much for the raid. How you doing, man? What's going on? That person can't see you in the chat anymore, Ninja can. Sorry that you had to see that. But I was just getting fucking mad at this fucking winner in the chat. Hello, Raiders from Rob. How are you doing? Welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is DJ Muel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I cover the news. I cover geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist point of view. Obviously, most of you at the Rob Rousseau stream know for me. Know for me. Know about me. I'm having like a stroke today, guys, so I'm sorry about that. Everybody go follow Rob. He's great. You all know for me, nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. How's it going, Rob? How was your stream? I see that everyone is saying resign Starmer, and that's really nice, because what that means is that Rob has customized the raid for me. Yeah, that's really sweet of you all. I really appreciate that. Hello, Space Bunsador. Hello, Joe One. Hello, Little Baby Beef. Who else do we got? Hello, Diego. And hello, Val. I think maybe you might have been here already. I don't know. Dr. Maggot, how are you doing? What's going on? Sweaty palm heat rash goes around leftist channels starting arguments. They baited me like 10 arguments. All right. Well, there you go. That's why. That's like the first thing that they did. The first... I was having a go at a chatter when you came in, because they fucking came in the middle... I've been reporting on this really fucking important thing that's happened today. If you don't know about the Filton 24 Rob Rousseau Raiders, yeah? The Filton 24, a group of Palestine actionists who were arrested for an action before Palestine Action were prescribed as a terrorist organization in the UK. They smashed up an Israeli weapons factory. I disavow, so wrong, so illegal, but more and more people will continue to do this in the face of genocide. They have been like 6 of them have been found not guilty for the domestic charges that they would be in charge with, which is aggravated burglary. It would have resulted in a 10-year prison sentence, so none of them are getting that now. The rest of the 18 weren't even at the factory when they smashed it up, right? So it's impossible to even remotely consider convicting them with any kind of jury for aggravated burglary, right? So very, very exciting stuff. Very, very good stuff. And yeah, that motherfucker interrupted me again as I was like looking at this shit. It's always a bad look when someone ban evades, you know? Turns out, as people are discussing in the chat, this person is a common rage baiter, you know? I looked up who they follow earlier and didn't want to interrupt the Filton conversation, but you better believe they follow the Stinky Roach, man. Do you know what, Husky? You should have just said it. You should have just said it. But welcoming everybody from the Rob raid. We are going to be getting into Kier Starmer in a minute, but this is really, really good news. So I'm just covering this.
As explained, it is crystal clear to me, and obviously members of the jury too, that the Filton 24 took action to save lives and stop a genocide, and that they were acting in self-defense from violent guards. By the end of this trial...
This is like visiting your friend's house and then their parent yells at your friend. Wait, what do you mean? Like when Rob raided in when I was mid-rant at a chatter?
Been left feeling that it should have been Elbit's violent security guards on trial here, and that the jury should have been deciding if they were psychopaths or whether they had been directed by Elbit systems to escalate violence. What has become obvious to anyone
No, that's good, Val.
attention is that the UK government and Elbit systems deliberately
Hello, Dan.
engineered this case to fix the prescription of Palestine action. It became clear as the evidence unfolded
Resign rage bait chatter. Yeah, true.
of the military-trained guards that sent the factory into a frenzy that night, completely overwhelming the girls, leaving Ellie, my daughter, and the two boys desperately attempting to de-escalate the situation.
Kier Starmer is a P-wet. He'd never be as tasty as that.
Thugs hired to protect Israel's weapons. The police strategically released footage showing the incident with Sam Corner. What it never showed was that Sam had been blinded by parva spray and was trying to protect my daughter, Ellie.
In fairness to that chatter, I follow the Roach as well, but I follow him because I hate him and I like sending him hate in his chat. You gotta get a better hobby, man. There's better things to do. Go outside, man. Holy shit.
While he was unable to see.
I don't think any like leftist content creator wants you to do that. I don't think any other left-wing person wants you to behave like that. It just sounds so self-destructive. Don't waste your time on that loser, yeah. Hey, ground level news. I'm not that guy. But you just said you're that guy. No, I know Roach is bad, but you know, you're saying that you like to go, like, he's not gonna see the hate in his chat that you send him because he's got like fucking 20,000 people fucking, you know, spamming the chat all the time. No, you don't have to say sorry and shut up. Like, I'm not like having a go at you. I'm actually genuinely concerned for you. You know? Get a gym membership, organize, smoke weed, have a wank. Hey Ash, what's up? Like, yeah, don't just go to the Roach's chat, honestly.
Also did not show was that Ellie was tasered twice.
Is that person like the UK Asmongold or something? Wait, what? No, Roach is Asmongold. Like, Asmongold, people call him the Roach because he's got like roaches in his house and stuff. Yeah.
By accident.
Yeah, that is Asmongold, yeah.
Who did so was dragged
No, it's alright.
off the ground with one.
Don't worry, Timmy. Hey, listen, Timmy. You are like one of the most offline. I don't even know you for that long. How long have you been like in my community? Like since fucking, I don't know, late December, right? I know that you're like the most offline chatter already. You and Mia, I think, are my most offline chatters. And Banker as well. You're all out there organizing and shit like that, you know? So, you know. I'm just saying, don't judge someone for who they follow. Well, first of all, Husker's not doing that. He's not judging anyone based on who they follow. He was finding out who that person followed because he's a nerd and that person was being argumentative in my chat. And when someone is being a rude chatter, what we often do is have a little look at who they're following for a bit of a laugh. You know? Mr. Dank is pretty offline too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, pretty true. I thought Asmongold was a chemical compound when I first heard it mentioned.
Screaming at her to stay down.
Yeah.
The whole time she had painful taser barbs still in her arm and thigh as he dragged her around. So she was screaming in pain, what was described in court as a blood-curdling scream, as the second electrical current went through her body. She was never resisting arrest.
I only recently learned the difference between Critical and Asmongold because they look so alike.
Corner could only make out what he thought was another causing more pain, and did what he could to make it stop. I have been held back from speaking the whole truth about this trial. It has been fine for Yvette Cooper to be in contempt of court, but I'm tired of being silenced because I'm not important enough.
I thought Asmongold was some cringe Warcraft demon names. I think it is, isn't it? Isn't his name like to do with World of Warcraft? Isn't his name to do with World of Warcraft? Like, because he used to be a World of Warcraft streamer. Like, my mum used to watch him.
And because that information will expose the depth of political corruption at the heart of the case against the Fulton 24. Shockingly, it emerged this week that Elbit Systems had gone...
It's based on a slur.
Serco, the very company that has been tasked with transporting our loved ones to and from prison every day for 10 weeks. Mistreating them after they are woken up at 5 a.m, transported to court in filthy prison vans, denying them food repeatedly, even whilst they were giving evidence. I haven't said this in a long time because we've been gagged from doing so, but I am so incredibly proud of them for taking action to stop a genocide.
Asmongold's name came from how he had asthma? Oh, you mean, right, like... So what, he tried to, like... Wait, really? He tried to... He doesn't strike me as someone who would know. He would know that. He would know that. He actually would know that. Everything that I'm seeing online says it's about how he had asthma. Wait, hang on. Wait. I don't even know what this is. No. I know that that's what you're saying. I know that that's what you're saying, Kairos, but all that we have, all that I can find about this, like, where have you found that from? Have you just, like, assumed that, or, like, I don't know. I recently fell out on a rabbit hole looking at Asmongold with his recent spike in popularity. He's been trending all over YouTube and Twitch. I was curious where that oddly fantasy-sounding name come from. Expected a lore-heavy backstory, something about dragons or MMO guilds. Yeah. That came from his own mouth? Yeah, I believe it. He even Googled it years later to check if it mean anything. It doesn't, and as yet, this clip of Zach plainly stating the truth has barely been acknowledged in articles or bios. People cite the Asmom and Gold theory and assume it's gamer jargon. It's a relic from a backyard imagination circa... Okay. Alright, fine.
A lot of people ask me, where did I come up with Asmongold? Now, it's kind of a weird story here. Now, basically, back in the day, and I mean back in the day, like 1998 or something like that, we were all down in like my backyard, and we were trying to pick out like code names for, I don't know, some kind of bullshit that we were doing that 8-year-olds do. You know what I mean? And like a kid that was a couple of years older than me, and he was like, you know, somebody I really look up to, and you know, all that. You know, he was like giving us out all of our code names, I guess you could say, or like aliases. And I was Asmongold, and that's fucking legit how I got the name. Like, that's it.
Okay, so 2 things, yeah. 1, it's way more believable here because this is before he started going insane. Yeah, hey Alejandro, how you doing? Yeah, his difference in tone since he went the way that he's gone is crazy. No, yeah, he used to be fine. It's actually really like insane the way that he's gone. Like, and this is from like, I don't know, a year ago, but this footage, I remember seeing his content like this, you know what I mean? This is when my mum used to watch him. And I believe that this could be entirely true. However, what I will say, like, he's more believable at this point in his life, right? He seems believable here because this is the time that he did normal content, right? More normal content. And I guess I could also believe if it was a name that came from like a slur that he thought was funny, you know, the one that you were referring to, Kairos, he could be trying to cover up for that in this video by like, I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not a video he's made. It's just something that he said on stream or in one of his videos or whatever. I don't know. But it's kind of believable. I always thought it was a Warcraft thing, you know? Asmongold named his WoW character the same name that Anders Breivik used for his character. Whether it was for edgelord, shock, or value, he's always ideologically been a Nazi, and it doesn't really matter, yeah. Former WoW addict with asthma that's slightly messy. Many, I'm telling you, could have been. I could have been so rich if I were willing to grift. It's incel losers. I don't know if he suffered from audience capture. I just think that he knew how to grift to the right. Zach said someone used to call him that. Oh well, yeah, someone. Yeah, okay, that's a bit different, right? That's a bit different. Someone easily could have called him that. Someone easily could have called him that based on his username, right? I don't know. The problem is, why grift? He doesn't seem to care about money at all. Oh, but he does care about money. He like owns 3 businesses or some shit. He's like a multi-millionaire. You know? Anyway, Asmongold moment.
They inspired me and thousands of others to fight for Palestine too. The past 18 months have been harrowing.
Alright, you might be right, Kairos. I don't know. I don't really mind. It doesn't really make a difference to me either way.
She has lost everything, her home in London and her livelihood.
I believe both.
Her dignity.
What video is this? I can't find it online. Here it is. It's on Declassified.
Today, we celebrate. Tomorrow, we rest. But this is not over.
Yeah.
Angelo Volante is the name of the Elbit Systems security guard who assaulted my brother multiple times. My heart sank watching the footage of my brother unarmed being attacked by Volante.
I'm from Manchester, Spooky Wildling.
Jordan was attempting to de-escalate the situation when Angelo Volante kicked, choked, struck, and even attempted to bite my brother. The jury was shown Jordan's black eye, bruised body, and sledgehammer marks. Angelo.
Okay, Kairos, I think you need to calm down a bit, bro. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. I don't think he's ever used the word liar. Let's just bring down the temperature a bit, okay? It's fine.
Volante was proven an unreliable and dishonest witness when questioned on the stand. As his
I don't think anyone's calling you a liar, and I don't think it matters where fucking Asmongold's fucking name comes from, you know? Yeah, they hit him with a sledgehammer. Yeah. The one of the security guards took the fucking sledgehammer off Jordan and hit him with it and threatened the other fucking activists with it. I've got the video of it here, basically. It's fucking here. Yo, this right here.
I think it's time to leave.
Hey, follow Stan. Hey, Morrigan, what's up?
Over here! I think it's time to leave.
Mental. Absolutely fucking mental.
Didn't match the CCTV and evidence. I don't think this is surprising given who his employer is. Elbit Systems, who conveniently lost much of the CCTV footage in the area where these attacks took place. And given Elbit Systems specialize in surveillance, this is extremely sus. Angelo Volante and Elbit Systems should be the ones on trial, not my brother.
Fuck Elbit. Let's get a fuck Elbit in the chat.
Thankfully, ordinary citizens of the jury could see that. And so, we leave today with our heads held high and our loved ones by our side.
I'm Claire, I'm the mother of Zoe Rogers. Let me tell you.
Hey, Adrienne.
Let me tell you about our 6 loved ones whose trial ended today. Who are these people who've been treated like dangerous, violent criminals, terrorists, a threat to national security, and kept in prison for 18 months without being convicted of any crime?
Oh, Husker.
They are Lottie Head, who worked for a domestic abuse charity and spent 3 years volunteering in the Calais jungle.
I know this is entirely irrelevant, but the way she called it sus took me out. Okay, so I know that lady. She's my friend Brogan, right? Brogan is super offline. She's super offline, so that's why she said sus like that.
Ellie Cameo, a nursery school teacher. Jordan Devlin, an artist and sculptor. Sam Corner, a philosophy and linguistics graduate from Oxford University. Fatima Zainab Rajwani and my daughter Zoe Rogers, university students who are both just 20 years old, living at home with their families. All of them are people of conscience, people who could not bear to see the images on their phones of the atrocities carried out by Israel in Gaza, knowing that their government was complicit. That Israel's largest weapons manufacturer, Elbit Systems, was literally making weapons on British soil to kill Palestinians. They tried every possible democratic route before they took this action. They went on marches, wrote to MPs, joined encampments. My daughter reached a point where she could see the government was not listening, where they were hell-bent on arming Israel no matter what, breaking both domestic and international humanitarian laws in the process. She was struck by a David Graeber quote. Protest is like begging the powers that be to dig a well.
Graeber moment. David Graeber moment. Rest in peace.
Direct action is digging the well and daring them to stop you. She realised direct action against the weapon suppliers themselves was the only thing.
Hey, Star Spangled Shitlog.
And that's when she joined Palestine Action. Bravo. Zoe wrote this poem shortly after she was imprisoned. I'll just read some extracts from it. When they ask me why I did it, I tell them about the children, how their childhood is stolen from them.
Yeah, I've heard this one. I'm just going to go for a wee while she reads this poem. It's beautiful, chat.
Bloody backpack. I tell them of the girl whose hanging corpse ended at the knees. I tell them of the father holding up his headless toddler. I tell them of the mother who received the approximate weight of her family in body parts to bury, as they had all been shattered beyond recognition. So I say I cannot stand for this. It can go on no longer. And I took action against Elbit, their weapons supplier. But I never forget to say that it was love
not hate, that called me. Watching their songs and dances of freedom, reading their hope-filled books, listening to their dreams of being doctors, teachers, journalists, and never giving up. Thank you.
But the way our loved ones have been policed and prosecuted was brutal and unprecedented. They were arrested by counter-terror police, held incommunicado in solitary confinement for up to a week. The United Nations declared this treatment as enforced disappearance. The UN condemned the unjustified use of UK counter-terror laws against the Filton 24. These arrests began as a test case to see how the expansion of terrorism legislation could be used to protect Israeli military business in Britain, most specifically of Elbit Systems, Israel's largest arms manufacturer. This is the first time Britain has attempted to equate property damage with terrorism, setting a dangerous precedent. They were charged with completely unprecedented charges. Aggravated burglary, described as overkill by the defense team. There was zero evidence that they planned violence or the use of weapons. My daughter Fatima Zainab and her co-defendants should have received bail, but in a gross...
I think the poster spelled a couple of names wrong, Dan, yeah.
...terror measures.
Also, T. Hocher just prefers to be called T.
He has been denied bail 3 times so far, and the 6 have been imprisoned for 547 days today, without being convicted of any crime. This is well beyond the legal limit of 6 months. Each of the defendants had no previous
Yeah, T or T Hocher, yeah.
no previous arrests or charges. They should never have been in prison for this long. The state used the punishment as the process, and now I can finally take my daughter home today.
Hey, Catherine, Westoy governments value profits far above innocent populations, yeah.
Imagine if the government had put the same amount of money, resources, and political will into preventing a genocide.
By the way, I'm a big fan of how everyone's putting oid at the end of everything nowadays. I'm a big fan of Westoid. I'm a big fan of rightoid. I'm a big fan of, are we doing brovoid? Britoid? What's another one? Fashoid? I don't know. Animal Crossing gyroids. What? Hey, Technomancy.
We're so grateful.
Hemorrhoids, yeah.
Ordinary members of the public, the jury delivering the verdict, and monumental victory for my daughter and all of the Filton 24.
Brit is already bad enough. I know, yeah.
And I would just like to say a massive, massive thank
The Groypers are doing the oid thing a lot. The Groypers have been doing it for years. The Groypers have been doing it for fucking years. Don't worry about that. It's more us co-opting it from them.
To every single one of you, for all the hearts that have turned towards the movement, for all the hands.
Having all your different websites in the same window is a tabloid. Very good. Very, very good.
That have been raised in prayer for us, for all the voices that spoke out for the justice of the Filton 24.
Oh, look at Zoe's mum crying. I'm going to cry.
It is with your love and your support that we see the victory that we do today.
Dope. Very good video. Very, very good. Very, very good news. All across the board. Very, very good stuff. Now we are moving on to the next segment. the next piece of news. Oh, what's that? What's that, chat? Someone's got very, very shaky hands in the House of Commons. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Who could it possibly be with the shaky hands in the House of Commons? Who is under pressure this week to talk about things related to the Epstein files? Files? I seriously feel like I've had a stroke today, chat. I'm not even joking. It's so... I feel like it's this headache. It's this headache. Mike Johnson is not in the House of Commons. You're thinking of the House of Congress. Is it an MP wanking over tractor porn again? The Filoids. Yeah, exactly. It can't be Keith. He's never there. Well, that's what I thought, Mia, but he's there today. Oh, that's right. He's here. He's here. It's the House of Commons Prime Minister's questions. And Keir Starmer is surprisingly here, even though there's a massive scandal going on. It's very exciting. I can't wait to see it. We're all going to watch it together. Isn't it good? And it's going to be even funnier this time when we watch it and we see all the Labour backbenchers pretend to ask a question, but then try and glaze the Prime Minister for the good work he's doing. I wonder how that's going to go down today in the House of Commons. Apparently, here's a clip from Keir Starmer answering questions about Peter Mandelson. You can see there's a lot of smug grins in the benches opposite. Let's take a little look and see this clip. Let's have a look at his hands.
But can I reassure the House, Mr. Speaker? Let me reassure the House. The process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary.
Oh my God, he is shaking.
Supported by government legal teams.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Did you see that? It's when he puts his hand on the box here. Oh my God. Oh my God.
The process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political
He's like holding on to his hand there.
process.
And then watch.
It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary.
It's like shaking like a shitting dog, yeah. Krill! With the £4.20. Don't suck too hard on the roach, comrade. Otherwise, you might choke on it. Thank you so much for the £4.20. Thank you so much, Krill, for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Chat, if we get another £20.80, I will go and get my small furry son, and he will join us on the stream, and you'll be able to look at him. And that'll be great. For those of you that don't need that explaining, I'll turn on the cat cam. So another £20 and 80 pence. And we'll do it.
Supported by government legal teams. But can I reassure...
Okay. Here it is. It's Prime Minister's questions today. 4th of February, 2026. Let's have a little look. Timmy, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the tier 1, although that's not what I was looking for. I'm looking for a direct dono via the Streamlabs tip link. Although I do appreciate the sub, and you can enjoy your ad-free viewing in your remotes. I've got them. And also, if we get to the sub goal, we'll unlock movie night for next month. So, yeah. Cat cam tax is £20 and 80 pence. So, if 4 of you donate £5 each, and then someone donates 80 pence each, well, it's £5.20 each. So, there you go. For 4 people.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Onward.
Okay, we're doing a hype train. We're doing a hype train before it.
Also full year. Woo.
Full year. Full year. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 12 months, Mia. Let's fucking go. Alright, chat. You know the score. VOD watchers, I'll have to see you. Welcome back in, VOD watchers. You're back in play. You're back in play. Okay. Alright. Did we get to it? Did we get to the... We get to the cat cam goal. What do we got there? How do I count this up? 4 times 3 is 12. £12.60. And then another £12.40. Yes, we have reached the cat cam incentive. So, while looking at this ancient load of shit, don't worry. We're going to have the boy. He'll be here with us to look after us. I'll go and fetch him. Not going to be too long. Don't go nowhere. All right. Here he comes. You can see him there, chat. Look at him. Look at him. He's such a little melpet. What's he thinking? He thought he could escape. That's a good boy. You know what's up. You know what's up. Bit of that. Did you drop it? No. Okay. That's good. There he is. There he is. You know how it is. Just shut that too so it gets a little bit warmer in here so he stays. I think that's the only reason that he leaves, you know? Because it gets like... It gets pretty cold in here. Oh, Melpo. You a good little man. Where's your little thing? Right, we'll get one more treat for him. Here you go. Here's your good boy. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, he will be inspired to stay. And we, chat, will watch... Oh, he's coming on the desk. Why are you doing this? Are you just doing this because you want more treats? Oh my god.
World Cancer Day, we're publishing our National Cancer Plan to transform care for patients. It means investment in cutting-edge technology so our exceptional frontline staff can give world-class care. It funds more tests and scans, meaning faster diagnosis and treatment, and tailored treatment in specialist centres.
No.
And Mr. Speaker, will cover the cost of every family.
You can't stand on the keyboard.
Needs travel for cancer care. Because the focus should only be on recovery, not worrying about money. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, in addition to my duties in this House.
I think he's going to get comfy.
Later today.
Oh, yes. Yes, chat, he's staying.
Up and down the country, this government is restoring pride in place by investing.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They are actually managing to find people who are fucking saying this shit. No, he did want a show hole. That was it was disgusting. I can't believe that they are actually finding people to talk like this is the most depraved shit ever. This is the most depraved shit ever. For anyone who doesn't understand how Prime Minister's Questions works in the UK, right? Prime Minister's Questions is supposed to be a function of the Houses of Commons to hold the Prime Minister accountable for actions that his government are taking, right? What happens in the House of Commons, though, is that members of the Labour Party who are obviously, you know, the Labour Party Keir Starmer, will use their opportunity to ask the Prime Minister a question that should, you know, be trying to hold him to account, make sure that the cabinet is doing the right thing, representing their constituent. But what you will find happens is all of these fucking Labour MPs, when they use their opportunity to ask that question, is they won't actually ask a question. They will say, this government's doing loads of really good stuff. Thank you, Keir Starmer. You're doing so much good stuff. How do you think you can continue to do more stuff? And that's how they like justify it as a question, right? It's fucking depraved, especially with everything that's been going on this week.
Investing in our high streets, the beating heart of our communities.
Everyone's laughing. You can hear everyone laughing.
The SNP-led Renfrewshire Council has done the opposite, sitting on their hands whilst the owners of the Paisley...
Oh, this is embarrassing, dude. Using this opportunity to, like, fucking have a go at the SNP. Nah, man. Labour's cooked.
Centre, who received planning permission to develop the centre some years ago, have sought support to transform our town centre. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is only the SNP's lack of
Labourioid
and failure...
Like, can you hear this? Can you hear this? Right? This is how she's justifying this as a question. This, like, so all she's done is shit on the SNP. She said the fucking Labour government has done loads of good stuff, but the SNP council has done this, and now she's doing this.
...to transform our town centre. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is only the SNP's lack of ambition and failure of leadership that is letting Paisley down, and will he work with me to restore pride in Paisley's town centre?
I wonder what he's going to say to that, chat. Do you think he's going to say no? Do you think he's going to say no? Yeah, the SNP reported Mandelson to the fucking Met. Yeah. Maybe got something to do with it. Embarrassing.
She's a superb champion for Paisley. Her constituents deserve a Scottish government that matches her dedication.
His hands are shaking already. His hands are looking red as fuck.
Settlement. We're investing £280 million in Pride in Place across 14 Scottish communities. We've secured shipbuilding on the Clyde.
Shipbuilding.
And just announced an AI growth zone in Lanarkshire.
We've just announced an AI growth zone in Lanarkshire. Is that the language that they're using now to avoid saying data center? That's fucking crazy that he used that in this particular circumstance. This is terrible news.
The choice, Mr. Speaker, is clear. A third decade of failure under the SNP or real change for Scotland under Anas Sarwar.
Leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Now, you all know how I feel. You all know how I feel about Kemi Badenoch and the Tories. But the thing is that Kemi Badenoch will probably... This is an open goal, you know? This is an open goal. She can't fuck this up. And she did pretty good the last time Kier was at Prime Minister's Questions. I don't think she's going to save the Tory party by any means at all. But, you know, she actually did own him a little bit last time. Let's see how she does this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole House will be disgusted by the latest revelations about Jeffrey Epstein. All of us want to see his victims get justice. But the political decision to appoint Epstein's close associate, Peter Mandelson, as Britain's ambassador to Washington goes to the very heart of this Prime Minister's judgment. When he made that appointment...
Oh my God, he's like chewing his lips and shit.
Mandelson had continued his friendship even after Epstein's conviction for child prostitution.
Okay, this is a bit wet because this is the thing, right? You will all remember when the Mandelson stuff came out in the first or second tranche of Epstein files stuff, I was saying that this will be the end of Starmer. How is he going to defend against this in Prime Minister's questions? Yada, 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 right? And it does appear that now he's finally facing some kind of questioning about this. But back then, he was just avoiding PMQ'S like the plague. He was like going off on different diplomatic missions. There was even one week where, David Lammy did it, and David Lammy like lost his mind and like just said some insane shit. It was actually fucking crazy. But now Keir Starmer's like finally here. The thing is that back then in the second tranche or the first or the second tranche that, showed that Mandelson had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, we knew already, like, journalists were asking Keir Starmer, did you know that he had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after he was convicted and shit like that? And he was saying yes, and they were all saying yes, and they knew about it all when they appointed him as ambassador. I guess the reason that Badenoch is doing it is in order to remind everybody. I think that's why she's doing it. But it is still a bit wet. She could have gone harder. Common Kemi Badenoch, mid-L. We're about to see one of the most insane mid-offs in all of history, unless Starmer completely stumbles over everything. And let's see how he responds. Also, hi, Morton. How are you doing?
Mr. Speaker, let me start where I must with the victims of Epstein.
Oh, come off it.
All our thoughts are with them. Can I also say our thoughts are with all those who lost jobs, savings and livelihoods in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. To learn that there was a cabinet minister leaking sensitive information at the height of the response to the 2008 crash is beyond infuriating. And I am as angry as the public and any member of this House.
No, you're not.
Mandelson betrayed our country, our parliament, and my party. Mr. Speaker, he lied repeatedly to my team when asked about his relationship with Epstein.
No, he didn't. You knew about it. Oh my God, this is crazy, dude. This is absolutely insane.
Before and during his tenure as ambassador, I regret appointing him. If I knew then what I know now, he would never have been anywhere near government.
Yeah, but you did. You did know.
That's why, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary, with my support, took the decision to refer material to the police. And there is now a criminal investigation. I've instructed my
This is
team to
craven.
draft legislation.
This is depraved.
To strip Mandelson of his title and wider legislation to remove disgraced peers. And
that second part of it is pretty interesting. I spoke about that, I think, on Monday. If they do introduce wider legislation to punish members of the House of Lords, it could be, a pebble that is thrown off the top of a mountain that eventually results in a landslide. In terms of people could add on more and more to it in subsequent governments to eventually abolish the House of Lords. House of Lords, if people outside of the UK don't know, completely unelected. Sometimes Lords can buy their title. They bought their titles loads fucking years ago. There was a whole scandal about it. Cash for Honours, it was called. And I think that they still do it and they still get away with it. You could just be given the title of Lord by the King, or I think even the Prime Minister can give you a title as Lord or whatever. I think that's what the Cash for Honours thing was all about. The Cash for Honours thing was people were giving Tony Blair money and he was just giving him peerages. Mandelson could have even been one of them, to be honest. How is there not a single human being in that room willing to scream the actual truth out? Because they'll get thrown out by the speaker. No, Melpo, don't go. No, you've got to stay. Yeah, now he'll stay.
This morning, I've agreed with His Majesty the King that Mandelson should be removed from the list of Privy Councillors on grounds that he's brought the reputation of the Privy Council into disrepute.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister a very specific question.
Yeah.
Did he know that Mandelson had continued his friendship with Epstein after the conviction? He says if he knew then what he knows now, but he did know. In January 2024, a journalist from the Financial Times informed the Prime Minister that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house.
He'll be back.
Even after that conviction for child prostitution. So did the Prime Minister conveniently forget this fact, or did
they still want to remove House of Lords? I read that level of corruption in the Lords legislation is significantly lower than the Commons, and that statistically Commons laws are more short-sighted policy makers. It's not necessarily true that corruption in the Lords is significantly lower. You have to think about the democracy of it, right? You have to think about the democracy of it. And, you know, when you say they still want to remove the House of Lords, you're referring to me. I want the House of Lords to be abolished, right? I also want the monarchy to be abolished. These things have to come together to have any kind of, like, you know, meaningful change on the way in which governance of the UK changes. But, you know, at the end of the day, the House of Lords have changed some shit laws that the Commons have passed, right? But it is just inherently corrupt monarchist nonsense, like by any means necessary is saying. Hello, PBS. Welcome in. Long time no see. May I interrupt with a very funny Luigi Mangione thing that just dropped? Yeah, you can drop it in the chat, Husker. Yeah, for sure.
he decide it was a risk worth taking?
Right, Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, as the House would expect, we went through a process. There was a due diligence exercise, and then there was security vetting by the security services.
Need to replace the House of Lords with the House of Unions, yes.
Was the depth, the sheer depth and extent of the relationship. He lied about that to everyone for years. And new information was published in September showing the relationship was materially different to what we'd been led to believe. When the new information came to light...
The House of Commons doesn't want to remove the House of Lords. The House of Commons is not interested in removing the House of Lords. They are just talking about now introducing legislation that could lead to the abolition of the House of Lords. That's what I'm talking about.
I sacked him. But we did go through
Labour are fucked,
exercise. Yeah. The points...
In May, chat, right? So, first of all, we've got the by-election on the 26th of February. The Gorton and Denton by-election. Manny's on the map in a massive way. In a huge way. This could be a historical moment. Yeah? It's definitive that Labour are going to lose. If the Greens win, it's going to be even more historic. Because it will be the biggest leftward sort of like swing indicator on how everything is going to go in the rest of the country for the elections. Scottish Parliament elections in May. We've got local council elections in May. It's going to be a crazy fucking year, chat. 0161 Manny on the map. Exactly.
The points that are being put to me were dealt with within that exercise. In response to the humble address this afternoon, I intend to make sure that all of the material is published. Mr. Speaker, the only...
He's really doing bad. He is extremely, extremely fucking soggy in this moment.
Exemptions are national security, if it prejudice national security. My first duty is obviously to keep this country safe. And when we drafted humble addresses, we always put an exemption for national security. But also anything will prejudice international relations. Mr. Speaker, you in the House will appreciate that in the course of discussions,
He's going to hang on till May, and then when Labour get fucking demolished in May, there's going to be a leadership election. And, you know... They didn't let Andy Burnham stand for Gorton, so he can't run. Who's it going to be? Who is going to stand for leadership elections? it's going to be Wes Streeting, because that's been his ambition for a long time. Do I think anyone to the left would run for leader? It could possibly be maybe Lammy. I don't know. Could be. I'm not so certain. I'm not so certain that David Lammy would. I don't know if he's spoken about any ambitions to be leader. Slimy Wes, yeah. I'm not entirely sure. They're gonna get slammed at the locals, and Starmer will get Caesared, yeah. I don't know if any other like left-wing Labour Party member is gonna run. You think Angela Rayner would run? Yeah, maybe. Maybe she could. She could. But I don't know. I don't know if people would trust her anymore, because she was part of Keir Starmer's cabinet. You know what I mean? He has purged them all. That's the thing. Well, no, because there's still Rebecca Long-Bailey. There's still Richard Bergen. There's still John McDonnell. But I think John McDonnell wouldn't do it. He's never really come across as like a leader type. Yeah, who knows?
There are very sensitive issues of security, intelligence, and trade, which cannot be disclosed without compromising the relationship.
Clive Lewis is still hanging on, yeah.
Or a third country. Mr. Speaker,
can Liz Truss run again? Wrong party. Wrong party.
Speaker, so I can be totally open with the House. I should also disclose that the Metropolitan Police have been in touch with my office this morning to raise issues about anything that would prejudice.
Oh, this is crazy. He knows he's done. I have never seen him so lacking in confidence before. That's crazy. And this man is extremely lacking in confidence. Comprises Israel ties. Comprises Israel ties. Halo Zipper.
We're in
compromises Israel ties.
I hope to be able to update the House, but I do think I should make that clear to the House at this point, because those discussions are ongoing.
Shall I clear that up?
I'm going to come to the humble address in a moment.
Yeah.
But the Prime Minister cannot blame the process. He did know it was on Google. If the Conservative Research Department could find this information out, why couldn't Number 10? On the 10th...
I mean, she's right. Again, it's a mid-off chat, but she's right, and we found it here on the fucking stream. We found it out as it happened. We were like, oh shit, look at the reporting on this. But like, you know, that wasn't just us. That was the UK media establishment waiting until the last minute. Like they waited until Starmer made a statement about Mandelson, and then they revealed in reporting, in writing, in print, that he knew about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein after his conviction. You know, when he appointed him as US ambassador. It's like, it's just so fucking like clear that he knew what he was doing. And yeah, it's just absolutely mad. Like the danger that he put this country in. And, you know, I don't know, man. Again, it's not just going to be Jeffrey Epstein who was doing that shit. There's going to be more Jeffrey Epstein now. There's going to be another Jeffrey Epstein. They might even have two different kinds of Epstein on two different new islands that they're just continuing to do this shit with, you know? Yeah, we're fully midding out.
September, when we knew this, I asked him at that dispatch box. He gave Mandelson his full confidence at that dispatch box, not once, but twice. He only sacked him after pressure from us. I am asking the Prime Minister something very specific, not about the generalities of the full extent. Can the Prime Minister tell us, did the official security vetting he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, she used the word paedophile. Oh!
Prime Minister.
Okay, she went a little bit above mid just then. That went into sicko mode, to be honest.
Yes, it did. As a result, various...
Oh, he's getting red as fuck.
To him, I intend to disclose to this House all of the national security, prejudice to international relations on one side. I want to make sure that... I want to make sure this House sees the full documentation so it will see for itself the extent to which time and time again
he looks like he's gonna cry. Yeah,
misrepresented the extent of his relationship with Epstein and lied throughout the process, including in
I would hope to fucking Christ that he's gone by next week. That would be so good. I would organise a party. I would organise a party and drink 10 pints. Yeah, he's stuttering. Plenty more. Somehow the UK government lost the documents investigating pedos among the elites twice, once under Thatcher and once under May. Yep, that's right. Lady next to Kier Starmer, I forget her name, looks like she's waiting in line at an execution. Yeah, Rachel Reeves, yes. Yeah. That's just the one island thing we didn't want to happen.
To the due diligence.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is shocking what the Prime Minister has just said. How can he stand up there saying that he knew, but he just asked Peter Mandelson if the security vetting was true or false? This is a man who had been sacked from cabinet twice already.
That's mad. That's mad.
Unethical behaviour. That is absolutely shocking. And that is why later today, my party will call on the government to release all documents relating to Mandelson's appointment, not just the ones the Prime Minister wants us to see. Because this government is trying to sabotage that release with an amendment to let him choose what we see, the man who appointed Mandelson in the first place. Labour MPs now have to decide if they want to be accessories to his cover-up.
Oh, yes! 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 It's true! She's right! This is crazy. I've never seen her go this hard. That's true. This is wild. This is wild. She's doing really good. It's so easy though. She's got like a massive open goal here, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Can the Prime Minister...
No, you can't love her. No. She's bad. No, she's bad. Chat, to be clear, Kemi Badenoch is evil. The Tory party are evil. They're all evil. That other side of the bench, right? She's cooking, but we hate it, right? That's the, just so everyone is clear, right?
That he would
it's very, very easy to get this open goal, you know?
remove the whip if they refuse to vote for his whitewash amendment.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh my God, look at fucking Lindsay. He's fucking like... Everyone's watching this with an open mouth.
In relation to anything that could compromise.
She's cooking a ready meal, yeah.
That is not a small matter, and many members on the benches opposite will know precisely why that needs to be in the exemption. When we were drafting humble addresses, when we were sitting over there, we always made sure that exemption was in because we knew how important it was to the then government. I don't think I've seen a humble address without that in, because and just to be clear.
Oh, he's doing so bad. He is doing so bad. You can't be this weak in the face of what's happened. Like, you genuinely can't. He was always the worst man for the job. He was the best man for the job in terms of completely destroying and eviscerating any pro-working class element of the Labour Party. But in terms of standing up to a scandal, which was always inevitable if you were going to do this kind of thing, he was never the man for the job. He was never, ever, ever the man for the job, you know?
Something that would prejudice national security is wrong in principle. The second exemption is in relation to, to things that would prejudice international relations. There will be discussions about security and intelligence.
He's the former head of the Crown Prosecution Service as well. Yeah, this is why it's so insane.
Which are highly sensitive to the two countries involved and to third countries. Well, they have to ask themselves whether they want to vote to prejudice our national security. I don't think they do. I don't think, in fairness, that they do. But can I reassure the House, Mr. Speaker? Let me reassure the House. The process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by government legal teams. So they will be looking at the question of prejudice. They will be making that decision. The only additional thing I just want to put before the House, because there was a discussion this morning with the Metropolitan Police, is that we are in discussions with them about any material that they're concerned will prejudice their investigation. We're at an early stage of that discussion, but I didn't want to have the House not know that discussion is going on.
He is pathetic.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is talking about national security. The national security issue was appointing Mandelson in the first place. And what he has said about the humble address is a red herring. To those Labour MPs who were not there in the last Parliament, let me tell them, humble addresses already exempt genuine national security. This is not about national security, this is about his job security.
She's right.
Lets him withhold anything to do with international relations. But this whole appointment is to do with international relations. So if they're voting for it, they are voting for the cover-up. If the Prime Minister is serious about national security...
Oh my God, look at him hunched over like that. He looks so small. This is crazy, chat. He's getting fucking done. Why does Yvette Cooper and this... I've forgotten what her name is. Why does Yvette Cooper and this minister have the exact same look on their face and the exact same lines? What is this? What is this? They're synced up. What's going on here? They got the same eyebrow raised. They got Yvette Cooper's got one side of the mouth raised there. They got like the exact same number of lines on the forehead. That's crazy. They're synced up to fuck. He looks so small. And he's like fucking stuttering away and he doesn't know what he's doing.
Concerns. Then he should ask the Intelligence and Security Committee to decide which...
They're experiencing the same kind of misery, yeah.
Will he commit to doing so here and now?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've set out the process.
That's why Rachel's got bangs.
It won't be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by the government legal teams. But I'm pleased that she, I think, now accepts that at least the first exemption that we've written in to the amendment to the petition is the right amendment in relation...
I mean, yeah, of course. That's the way that we should be analysing this. Middle Earth Marxist is right. The Tories and Epstein were not just passing acquaintances. The Tories, historically... They're the party of Jimmy Savile. They're the party of all kinds of fucking paedophilia and rape and shit like that. Yeah. So the Tories have got no right to sort of be like taking the higher ground on this one. Again, that's why it's like a mid-off, right? But, you know, Kemi Badenoch is serving us in this stream with the actual, like, you know, cooking of Keir Starmer, which is good. We can enjoy that. We can enjoy the fact that, you know, he is getting completely destroyed and hammered. And, you know, I will give it to Kemi. No matter how much I despise her politics, I gotta hand it to her. She is, she's doing good. She's doing pretty good. She could have fucked this up. She could have fucked this up massively, you know? But yeah, it's a pretty easy one, you know what I mean?
To prejudice national security. But she and others behind her will understand that because of the breadth of what's asked for, and
it's less enjoyable to see Kemi manufacture legitimacy, yeah,
and disclose.
But I don't think it's going to save the Tory party. I think the Tories are going to get eviscerated at the council elections as well. I think that what we are witnessing here is the final battle between Labour and the Tories, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory for whichever party comes out on top of it. Like whoever is still the most popular party after it, you know? That's why the Labour bench are seething so hard, is what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a let them fight moment, yeah, but they, you know, they're two, it's like watching two really old men fight. That's what we're seeing here, you know what I mean?
She and those behind her will understand from their own experience.
Like they'll kill each other fighting.
The sensitivity of information about security and intelligence and trade relations that are inevitably caught in exchanges of the nature that have been asked for. And it is right that anything that prejudices, not touches on, prejudices international relations is protected within the disclosure.
Oh my God, he's done. He's fucking Dunyan rings. That's it. I've never seen anyone perform this badly at Prime Minister's questions. This is so mad.
If that was really the case, then he wouldn't mind if the ISC had a look. And let's be clear, he says the Cabinet Secretary makes it non-political, but that doesn't make it independent. What we want is an independent look. The ISC is independent. The Cabinet Secretary works for him. We know that there will be a cover-up.
Oh my God! Look at his face!
The Cabinet Secretary works for him. We know that there will be a cover.
Yo, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, that's got to be an alert, man. That has got to be an alert. That is so funny.
Because this implicates the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, a protege of Peter Mandelson.
Yes!
The Prime Minister chose to inject poison into the heart of his government on the advice of Morgan McSweeney.
Oh my God, she's absolutely. This is the best that she's ever been. Where have you been? Not that, again, why am I cheering for Kemi Badenoch? This is how much I fucking hate Keir Starmer. I'm just like, yeah, the Tories. Fucking hell. It's the closing chapter of the ruling duopoly that is Labour and the Conservatives. It's the end of an era, melancholy but well needed. It's time to get the workers to get into the heart of Parliament. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Fuck me, man. It's like a scene from the thick of it, yeah. Hey, Eridanus, how you doing? Eridanus, sorry. And Dwaddle Prime, how you doing?
Telling us now that he did know, has harmed the special relationship, it has endangered national...
Oh, who cares about the special relationship?
It's him. It's compromised our diplomacy, and it has embarrassed our nation. After all of this, does he have the same full confidence in Morgan McSweeney that he had in Peter Mandelson?
Prime Minister. Morgan McSweeney is an essential part of my team. He helped me change...
Oh my God! Oh, this is insane!
Prime Minister. Morgan McSweeney is an essential part of my team. He helped me change the Labour Party and win an election. Of course I have confidence.
He helped me change the Labour Party and win an election. He just says it out loud. He just says it out loud. He helped me change the party. Yes, he did. As he's a protege of Peter Mandelson, he completely eviscerated the left wing of the fucking party and made it so that even in a landslide victory for Labour that the working class would gain, not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing, you fucking utter scum. You deserve every ounce of this fucking humiliation. Holy fucking shit.
But Mr. Speaker, whatever is flying across this dispatch box, I don't think it's right.
I did this tweet, right? Anyone who voted for a Jeremy Corbyn-led Labour Party in 2019 and was devastated by the evisceration of Labour by the centre-right should hate Epstein, Mandelson and Israel more than anything. A group of paedophiles led by Israel ruined our fucking chances of a better fucking life. And that's just the fucking reality of it. That's what happened. Yeah? When Jeremy Corbyn stepped down, we could have had another left-wing leader who carried on his policies, who carried on the kind of politics that he fucking wanted, that we wanted, the working class of this country, right? But absolutely no. Peter Mandelson, Jeffrey Epstein, and the ruling class, fucking elite, encouraged by the ruling class of so-called Israel, were all fucking responsible for destroying the fucking Labour Party as it was. It is one of the most sickening, disgusting things of all time. And everybody, every single person who had hope for Jeremy Corbyn being the Prime Minister of this country should fucking despise all of these ruling class elites, and particularly, fucking Peter Mandelson, for being the stooge of this group of horrific individuals, right?
For the cabinet secretary to be denigrated in that way.
Corbyn should have never stepped down. I think he was just too old for it, Sorka. I think he knew he was just too old and it was too much stress.
And to suggest that he would be involved in a cover-up. There's the politics that comes over the dispatch boxes, but I honestly don't think it's right to impugn the cabinet secretary in that way. And I suspect in their heart of hearts, many on those benches would agree. Mr. Speaker, I'm as angry as anyone about what Mandelson has been up to. The disclosures that have been made this week.
If he'd held out a couple of years, he would have won just as easy as Starmer did. Yeah, yeah. I think it's hard. Like as someone who has been the head of an organization, right? When there are a lot of eyes on you, especially like people outside the organization who are like criticizing you and shit like that, it's very, 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 very stressful. It is quite possibly one of the most stressful things that I have ever been through, and I wasn't even close to being the leader of a political party that had a chance of being the prime minister or something, you know what I mean? And I think that someone being like as old as Jeremy Corbyn, that must have been hell. It must have been fucking hell. And you know, it took a long time for him to even come out and do the Your Party stuff in it. Do you know what I mean?
Height of the response to the 2008 financial crash is utterly shocking and appalling. He's betrayed our country. He's lied repeatedly. He's responsible for a litany of deceit. But this moment demands not just anger, but action. And that's why we've moved quickly, referring material to the police, publishing legislation so we can remove titles.
Especially the way he had paparazzi outside of his house all the time. Yeah.
Of his privy councillorship. That is what the public...
And you know, he's not like these other fucking freaks like Kier Starmer who've got like a massive house in the woods. Do you know what I mean? Where like Jeremy Corbyn lives in like a little fucking 2 up 2 down in fucking Islington or wherever, you know? And he just like makes jam in the garden and shit. So it's not like he's got like a big gate or anything, you know?
And that is what we will do.
Libins! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every month, people across our constituencies are injured by illegal e-bikes being ridden at...
Who fucking cares, bro? Holy fucking shit. This is just racism, by the way. The illegal e-bike shit is just racism. Just so everybody knows, right? People might be like, Muel, this is a really important thing about e-bikes and people doing this and blah, blah, that's that, right? No, this is just racism. What this lady's talking about is Deliveroo drivers who fucking ride around on the road and shit and ride around on the pavement because they have fucking like targets to meet and stuff. That's all this is about. The majority of people who use e-bikes in this country are migrants who have come here to fucking escape war and shit like that. They get a job with Deliveroo, they get an e-bike, and yeah, they drive on the pavement, but it's literally fucking fine. And I guarantee no one is fucking injured by them. It's fucking ridiculous.
30, 40 and 50 miles per hour through our town centres and...
50 miles per hour is insane. There's no e-bike that goes 50 miles an hour. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh my God. Insane. Completely insane. What Jez says about Mandelson. Well, I think we might see this because we're watching Prime Minister's questions.
But for every illegal e-bike that the police seize and crush, another 10 hit our streets because they are too freely available to...
Wait, did I just say that right? I don't know what I just said. I really feel like I'm having mad brain fog today, chat, honestly. Oh, God. The Jeremy Corbyn thing, I think that we will see him talk about this in a minute because we're watching Prime Minister's questions and he'll be in it.
That's why...
So thank you, Middle-earth Marxists, but I think we'll see that.
And 28 other police commissioners across the UK are now backing my bill.
But if we don't, I'll use it.
Ban the sale of illegal e-bikes. Will the Prime Minister set out what action the government will take to protect the public and ban the sale of these...
Hey, waking up thirsty.
Prime Minister.
Can I pay tribute?
Hey, half a laptop.
She's a tireless campaigner to stop these antisocial, dangerous bikes terrorising communities.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. No one cares.
Our crime and policing bill.
Look at Wes, look at Wes, look at Wes.
Without issuing a warning and destroy them. And product safety law means authorities have the powers to intervene to stop the sale of unsafe e-bikes. But I share her determination to get these bikes off our streets.
Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank you and the Prime Minister for your responses to my tribute to Jim Wallace on Monday and urge the whole House to read the wonderful tributes made to Jim in the other place yesterday. Mr. Speaker,
Antisocial in the UK, particularly when being used by Keir Starmer, who was top cop, head of the Crown Prosecution Service. Antisocial is basically like saying naughty peasant behavior. That's essentially what it means. You know what I mean?
I've been thinking how it must feel for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and their families. Hearing more and more stories of how rich, powerful men were currying favour with a paedophile sex trafficker, such as Peter Mandelson, sending government secrets to help Epstein enrich himself further. Seeing
British version of Urban, yeah, that's true.
United States, even after his links to Epstein.
Happy slapping Asbo boys unite, yeah, exactly, Morton.
By both the Financial Times and Channel 4 News. So can the Prime Minister tell us, given he now admits he knew about those links, before he gave such an important job to one of Epstein's closest friends, did he think at all about Epstein's victims?
Mr. Speaker, we looked at the material. There was a process. There was then, as he will understand.
Oh my God, he's losing it. This is so funny. That was Ed Davey of the Liberal Democrats. Do you have any idea how much of a nobody he is politically in terms of like, has any chance of like threatening the Labour Party or anything like that? He's stuttering after a question from Ed Davey. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy, man.
Then a security vetting.
No. Half a laptop. Okay, let me explain to you, right? So the reason that we went from e-bikes to Epstein so fast is because actually we were on Epstein, right? But then a member of Keir Starmer's party used their very precious Prime Minister's question time to bring up racism about e-bikes, right? And that was just to try and like save him some time in dealing with all the questions about Epstein, right? Yeah. The member of his party who was just like, hello, I've got something racist to say, was just giving him a bit of like respite, essentially. Keir's worried that Ed will be in 1v1 in FIFA. Yeah, true. Yeah, no worries, Mia. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Exercise as well, and that's why I started by saying
it is pathetic. Yeah,
the victims of Epstein. He is right at the beginning of his question to express anger at the material that has recently come out in relation to sensitive information in the aftermath of the 2008 crash, and that is why yesterday, working with the Cabinet Secretary, we referred a material to the police, which has now led to the criminal investigation that is going to follow.
Hey Thriller, hi. Sorry to be a dissident, but I disagree. I think it relates more to the kids who are whipping about at high speeds with the conversion kits off Temu. I get it, it's props fun, but they aren't safe is the reality. Yeah, but like, where is that happening, Thriller? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking see any of that happening, and I live in like the fucking city centre. You know? And generally speaking, like, you know, when they're talking about like going 40 and 50 mile an hour, that's just so out of this world. There's no e-bikes that go that fast. That's fucking crazy. If you made a bike go like, you know, fucking 50 miles an hour, it would like fall apart. Yeah, they're only interested in stopping Just Eat riders. That's all that was about, Thriller. You know what I mean? I don't think that you're being a dissident in like bringing up the fact that yeah, there's kids using them. Like there are definitely kids using them, but also you know if kids are like going around and like jazzing up e-bikes because they're bored, that is also a problem of the government that needs to be solved by funding. I don't know, community centres. that they haven't done, right? So again, it's like, you know, a bit of a non-issue. It's an issue that comes from an issue that the government, a political decision that the government has tried to fucking, you know, say was the right thing to do.
Speaker, I think the victims of Jeffrey Epstein deserved far better than that. They deserve Peter Mandelson not being appointed in the first place. We don't even know the full extent of the British establishment's involvement in his appalling crime.
Max here is 45 kilometers an hour. Wait, isn't that 50 miles an hour? So they can go to 50 miles an hour. E-bike that goes, right, okay. Yeah, but these are like, you can't just like rig one of these up. These are all like $3,000 and shit. These are basically electric motorbikes. 45 kilometers, about 30 mile an hour. Oh, okay. All of these were, I just typed in then, e-bikes that go 50 mile an hour. And these are all like $5,000, fucking $1,500. You know, look at that. $2,000. These are not getting fucking, you know, people are not just getting these. You know what I mean? Look up conversions. Illegal e-bike modifications turn them into electric mopeds. E-bike, wait, I could just, I mean, I would never break the law, but wait, so these are illegal. You can't do this. So I can't do this. Wait, what? Wait, what? They make a bike into an e-bike. Yeah, I know about that, but like, you could just do that? Is this illegal? I thought this was like fine to do. But again, like, you know, if they are talking about these, I doubt very seriously that they go 50 mile an hour. The streamer Nicotine has an e-bike guy named Gunther who will hack you together a Mad Max style e-bike from custom parts that will do 50 mile an hour. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Well, okay. I mean, you know, that's sick, but obviously it's illegal and wrong and I would never do that. I totally believe Nicotine when she says that she's got an e-bike guy that will do that. I believe her. That's wild. That's absolutely fucking wild. You could just make a bike go 50 mile an hour with shit like that. Again, I don't know how much of an issue this is, but anyway, whatever.
Or how many British girls and young...
The point remains. It was a massive distraction from Epstein. And to be honest, these laws, if they're going to get passed and they crack down on illegal e-bike, you know, made from kits or whatever, it is still going to be overwhelmingly leveraged against the migrant community who use them to deliver food on Deliveroo and shit like that, right?
Were trafficked by him. So we need a full public inquiry, both to get justice for the victims and to protect our national security. Mr. Speaker, the Polish government think Epstein may have been spying.
What is that in non-freedom units? Miles per hour is non-freedom units. What are you on about?
Is the Prime Minister concerned that Peter Mandelson may have been leaking state secrets, not just to a paedophile American financier, but also a Russian agent?
Oh, brother, please. Oh my God. Brother, he was an Israeli agent. Oh, they love to Russiagate this shit. Oh, they're so desperate to Russiagate it. Everything bad is Russia. It could never possibly be Israel. It could never possibly be Israel. Israel that has like stolen fucking nuclear weapon plans from its ally, the United States. It could never possibly be Israel, the country that fucking like causes fucking insane violence in protests in countries that it's trying to like. Oh my God, it's so insane, dude. This is so insane. Fuck you, Ed. Fuck you. Have you heard the conspiracy that Epstein is still alive? Epstein is not alive. They definitely killed him. It's way easier than that, Will. They just have another guy. who's selling him, who's buying and selling kids for him. That's all it is. And they always have had another guy. They just haven't found that guy yet, or found out who he is. It will be someone as stupid as Epstein, because they always use people who are fucking dumb as the fall guy and shit like this. It's just that. No, it won't be Rowling. She's too smart for that shit. I know that she's not smart, but she is too smart for that shit.
Well, Mr. Speaker, he talks of a public inquiry.
It could be Elon. It could easily be Elon, yeah.
To be on the criminal investigation which has started. As he knows, that investigation will go wherever the evidence leads it. And I've made it absolutely clear that
it could be a woman. It could be, look, it could be anyone. I mean, look, Ghislaine Maxwell was involved, right?
With that criminal investigation.
Hashtag girl boss, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the news that Bristol East will be getting another 3 breakfast clubs. I've seen how these clubs aren't just about making sure that no child starts the school day hungry. They're also about giving staff the extra time to spend with the children and to spot whether there might be trouble at home. And on that note, can I urge the Prime Minister to work with schools on our manifesto commitment to identify children with parents in prison to make sure that those children get all the support that they need.
He's not going to do that. He's not going to be around long enough to do that. Waste of time. Waste of time.
Can I thank her for raising this and confirm that we're looking at how we can strengthen the support in place for these children so no child falls between the cracks. Free breakfast clubs mean every child is fed and ready to learn. And I'm delighted to see 3 more in her constituency as she references. But I also want to mention Rushbrook Primary Academy, Oasis Academy Aspinall, Longsight Community Primary, St Bernard's Roman Catholic Primary School Manchester, all soon operating free breakfast clubs in Gorton and Denton.
All of a sudden, Manchester matters. You know, we can all tell this. We can all spot this shit from a mile off. You know. All of a sudden, Gorton and Denton is being spoken about. All of a sudden, Manchester matters. All of a sudden, a city in the north matters. You know what I mean? It's pathetic. It's so cynical.
There's Savile Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llyfarydd. The victims and survivors of Epstein and his circle of overprivileged elite are at the forefront of my mind here and now. Mandelson, we now know, described Epstein's release from prison after being sentenced for child sex offences.
Yeah, meanwhile, the government just took 20 grand away from Glasgow for various third sector social enterprises, right?
As Liberation Day. This man's association with Epstein was known when the Prime Minister personally appointed him as the UK's ambassador to the USA. Yep. How can we trust the Prime Minister's judgment? And in questioning that, how can we trust him to remain as Prime Minister?
Yes! Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? She was talking then like an ancient demon, right? You know, someone who talks really slowly because they know they have infinity to get their point across. There is no rush for the spirits of Dante's circle.
Can I join her in the...
Mandelson was the ambassador to the US. That's what all this is about, yeah.
Discussed in the comments that she just read out. But to be absolutely clear, the scale and the extent
grave mind speech pattern, yeah.
Between Mandelson and Epstein was not disclosed. On the contrary, it wasn't just not disclosed. Mandelson lied throughout the process and beyond the process. He lied, and he lied again to my...
He did it. An older boy made me do it, sir. Miss, an older boy made me do it.
Luke Charters.
Speaker, an EU agri-food deal would boost exports and cut supermarket prices.
Oh, shut up. No one gives a flying fuck, man. It's over. Enjoy your last fucking 2 or 3 years as an MP, man. Holy fucking shit.
According to Best of Britain's polling, 62% of the public do. But surprise, surprise, Reform oppose it. I thought the member for Ashfield wanted 30p food.
It's like this guy's in a different dimension. Do you know what I mean? Like, when they do this, it's like these people are in a different dimension. It's like, do you not see what's happening, bro? Do you not see what's happening to your party? You know that as an MP, you can actually say to your fucking leader, like, hey, man, maybe it is time to step down. Like, that would be the only smart thing to do at this point. All of these craven worms aren't thinking about anything remotely close to principles or scruples. All they're thinking about is the job that they're going to have after an MP because it's fucking stopping pretty soon. You know what I mean? That's all they're thinking about. They're thinking, shit, where am I going to go next in my career? Fuck. What if they found out about the connections that I've got to Jeffrey Epstein or Peter Mandelson or Morgan McSweeney? I might have to resign and there might be a by-election in my constituency, right? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, that fucking 90 grand a year in the bin.
Does the Prime Minister agree that while some opposite prefer temper tantrums with Brussels, this Labour government must build closer ties with Europe to cut the price of the weekly shop?
Oh, brother.
Speaker, right, the deal that we've struck with the EU means lower prices at the checkout, more choice on the shelf, and more money in people's pockets. It's good for British fishers and farmers who face less red tape, selling our world-class produce into the crucial market. It comes alongside the opportunity for young people to work, travel.
I know, banker, I know.
The work we're doing to cut energy bills and closer work on defence.
But it's just crazy because it's career suicide. But they really do they can't think beyond the next year. No, yeah, he's like an NPC, Will. He's like a fucking NPC.
All of this is opposed by Reform and the Tories, who sold the myth, botched Brexit, and left families and businesses paying the price.
Charlie Drew has.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'll give the Prime Minister some brief respite from Peter Mandelson. However, he will also be familiar with the name Phil Shiner, the disgraced lawyer who was struck off and convicted for repeatedly inventing vexatious cases against British troops in Iraq. So it is something of a surprise that the Prime Minister authored a chapter in Mr. Shiner's book about pursuing our veterans via the ECHR. So can I ask him specifically?
This is nonsense Tory shit. This is nonsense Tory shit. No, not NPC, NPC, Nadia. You know, like a video game, non-player character.
Was he ever...
This is just insane Tory shit. The person that he's referring to is someone who has tried to, like, hold British veterans to account for war crimes that they've done in Iraq. So this is like... This is nothing. This is, like, not an attack. This is just... dog shit. This is just a racist guy being like, our troops should be allowed to murder as many children as they like.
Instructed by Mr. Shiner's law firm, Public Interest Lawyers, to act in any legal case.
Let me be absolutely clear about this. As soon as there were any allegations of wrongdoing by Phil Shiner, I've had absolutely nothing to do with him.
In Aldershot and Farnborough this year, we are looking forward to hosting the National Celebrations for Armed Forces Day in the home of the British Army. Businesses in...
She's feeling so proud of herself right now. She's like, my canned answer is my canned question... My canned glazing disguised as a question is perfect for this moment particularly. Don't worry, Mr. Prime Minister, I'll save you.
My community welcome this government's record investment in defence in the years ahead. Banks still struggle to lend to defence companies because of international regulations. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the UK works with Canada and our other allies to found the multilateral Defence, Security and Resilience Bank so that we can get money moving to our defence industries, get our armed forces what they need and stand firm against our adversaries?
This is something that he's already said he's going to do. This is just fucking ridiculous. So ridiculous, dude.
I'm delighted that Aldershot will be hosting Armed Forces Day because they've got a
I'm delighted.
Labour MP and a Labour council.
What a great MP. What a wonderful MP. You see how he glazes the MP for doing that, for like doing what he said? Like, that's what's happening. You can see it. It's so, once you know how this shit works, it's like so fucking obvious.
Our historic defence spending uplift must be an engine for growth and jobs here in the United Kingdom. That's why we're committed to spending an extra £2.5 billion with SMEs. I do agree with her. It's vital that we work in lockstep with our allies, particularly in Europe, to enhance and align our defence.
That's crazy. I thought you would have disagreed.
To identify the most effective mechanisms for greater multilateral cooperation.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Let me ask a very American question. It's a weird mix of decorum and theatre for us watching Parliament. But do you think that Tories and Labour go out to the pub afterwards together, clink pints and say shit like, that was a very funny insult? It seems very performative. I do think that people on this side of the bench hold people on this side of the bench with contempt. I don't think that they like each other. I think that they... you know, what you've got to remember about the Tories is that they've got more and more racist, and so they're more and more belligerent, but they're still not racist enough for reform, so they keep hemorrhaging MPs to reform. And, you know, I don't think that that's how that shit goes down. I think that most of the people on this side of the bench will go to the pub and chat together and do that stuff and, like, you know, engage in the circle jerk. I imagine there'll be some people who speak to MPs from either side of the bench and they'll chat about it and stuff. But I think that a lot of them, I think that most people on this side of the house are absolutely disgusted and appalled with the cravenness of this lot on this side, to be honest. Particularly this fucking piece of shit gammon red cunt here. But yeah. No, yeah, Parliament has its own bar, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, for months our communities in Epping have been deeply distressed by the Bell Hotel reopening as an asylum hotel.
Oh my God, no one fucking cares.
My thoughts remain with the victims of the sexual assaults, including the 14-year-old Epping schoolgirl. That trauma compounded by the offender's mistaken release from prison. Weekly protests continue, some of which have
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's literally like 2 people who go every week.
Become violent, with injuries to 10 brave police officers. I am very grateful to the Asylum Minister for meeting with me recently about this untenable situation.
It's not an untenable situation. You just have to stop fucking whipping up your followers into fucking racism. It's so insane.
But will the Prime Minister please listen, act now, close the Bell Hotel once and for all, and help restore our town of Epping?
As he knows, we are committed to ending the use of all hotels. There are now just under 2...
Yeah, don't, like, you know, this is what I'm saying. Like, here you can see it happening in real time. This craven piece of shit is like, don't worry, we'll do the racism. We're going to stop asylum seekers being housed in hotels. We're going to stop doing that. Where are we going to house them next? Oh, I don't know, some kind of camp. And that's probably what it'll be. They just cede to fucking racism every single time. And you saw how, like, you know, the member from this side was literally just like, yeah, we need you to be more racist. And Kier was like, okay. But reform will just be like, Tories and Labour, not racist enough.
200 compared to the 400 under the previous government, and where military sites are used, safety and security of local communities is our priority.
Jonathan Blash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hartlepool has now the 3rd highest number of children in care in England, fuelled by Southern Council shipping families to my town, blowing a £6 million hole in our budget, a deficit that my brilliant Labour Council has already... Fuelled by Southern Council shipping families to my town, blowing a £6 million hole in our budget, a deficit that my brilliant Labour Council has already halved, but there is nothing left to cut. And when percentage increases...
I was muted, sorry, yeah. What is he on about? What is he fucking talking about?
Pound hole in our budget, a a deficit that my brilliant Labour Council has already halved, but there is nothing left to cut. And when percentage increases in funding mean less in Hartlepool than almost anywhere else in the country, but a child in care costs exactly the same, the fair funding settlement announced in December does not go far enough. I am fighting non-stop for a better deal for my town because I will not accept one of the poorest communities in the country being condemned to higher taxes or devastating austerity. We need support.
But you just said you've cut a bunch of shit. You just said that the Labour-led council has cut loads of fucking funding in order to, like, sort the deficit out. What are you on about? So you've done austerity, but you won't do any more. What are you fucking talking about, man? Hey, Fraser.
So will the PM commit his ministers to work across government to fix this for Hartlepool?
Well, it's because of strong local Labour MPs, but like my honourable friend, that towns like Hartlepool, treated as an afterthought by the party opposite, are having their future restored. We're making billions more available so that councils can properly fund social care. And we're driving down the cost of living for parents and their children.
No, you could have done that already. There's loads of fucking levers that you could have pulled to make this happen already. You're chatting rubbish. It's just garbage.
Including 3 free breakfast clubs in his constituency.
They love the free breakfast club shit. Keith is out here like, hey, listen, lefties, we're like the Black Panthers. It's crazy, man. It's fucking crazy.
Over 3,000 children no longer incapacitated.
He can't even sound like he believes what he's saying, no.
A Labour government makes.
Mr. Speaker, my residents are sick of being let down by Thames Water. Robert and Patricia were sent a £39,000 bill they didn't actually owe. Len and Jenny were forced to use the Portaloo for months as sewage filled their home, and parents still think twice about sending their children to swim in the river. Now, we understand a £16 billion rescue deal is soon to cross the Prime Minister's desk.
Yeah.
Will he admit today what everyone already knows? That Thames Water is dead in the water.
Yeah.
Any delay is pointless.
Nationalise it. Nationalise it. Call for nationalising it.
And it should be allowed to be put out of its misery and rebuilt as a company for public benefit.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't use the word nationalise, but, you know.
I thank her for raising that, and I know how much and important it is for her constituents. We have taken...
it's not quite that, Fraser.
...strengthening oversight and the control that we have. We won't hesitate to go further, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss.
That just means no, we're not going to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a privilege the weekend to join fellow North East MPs on the destroyer HMS Duncan, to meet the crew and also be briefed on the exciting plans for the innovative future of the Royal Navy. A future that should be bright, given the 10 billion frigate...
Guns, boats, guns, missiles.
...with Norway, but also a future we absolutely want our region to be part of. So would the Prime Minister agree that given the North East strengths in AI, satellite technology and advanced manufacturing...
What are you talking about? North East strengths in AI and satellite technology. What are you on about, bro? What are you talking about?
North East workers and businesses should be at the heart of the future hybrid navy, and will ministers meet us and industry leaders to put the North East at the heart of our future defence?
It's a big issue in our country network.
First, thank the commanding officer and crew of HMS Duncan for their service.
Fuck me, you wet, soggy piece of bread in the rain, in the street. Let me just thank the commanding officer of the crew of the HMS Duncan for their service. Thank you for your service. I love the troops.
And thank my honourable friend. I remember meeting the brilliant workforce in his region, and I know...
Yeah, you're gonna get even more sick about hearing about AI. You're gonna get even more sick of hearing about AI when the fucking bubble bursts and all you can see in our papers is, why did Kier Starmer's government invest £9 billion of public funds into AI as an investment? Why do they do that? What a silly idea. Now we're fucked.
Defence Minister.
Can't wait for the headlines on that fucking week.
Our record defence spending is supporting jobs and growth across the North East. We invested 200 million in Optric semiconductors in his constituency last year. As we increase defence spending,
hey Finger, what's up?
Play a major role securing good skilled.
Is Microsoft still on the way down? Is it still on the way down? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a terrible month for Microsoft. Holy fucking shit. Great to see Oracle and Palantir still doing terribly. That's fantastic. I wish you the worst. Oh wow. This is to the month. What about to the day? Okay, they're kind of like stabilizing. Yeah, Nvidia is going. Well, that's because Nvidia. What was the Nvidia thing? What was the Nvidia thing? I can't even remember what happened with the Nvidia thing. Tesla's been in the red for a long time. It goes up and down, Tesla. But it's often losing share prices. Yeah, I think Nvidia are done. Like it's not looking good. They've not recovered since what is that? What's that? When was the last time that they were good? Okay, so it's still just showing me that same graph. I don't know. Okay, I don't know enough about this to know. Okay, yeah, well, I guess Microsoft have kind of stabilized a little bit. Oh, look at that shit. Oh, fucking hell. They're building the AI chips. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's the Nvidia thing, yeah. Yeah, that's just, Look, man, you know, we all told you, we don't want Copilot. Like, it's just... Yeah, they're reducing their focus on gaming graphics cards to focus on AI chips and data centers, yeah. Yeah. Nvidia's growth has been insane. This is a tiny slowdown. No, I don't think it's a tiny slowdown. I think it represents a broader downturn of the Mag 7. You see, the thing with stuff like this, right? You have to look at the magnificent 7 companies, right? And that is Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Google, and Meta, right? I think that's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So if you look at all of them together and their performance broadly, these are the companies that are the biggest and they have the most investment in AI, right? I think that's what the size of the companies sort of like square on the map also means as well. It's how much of the stock market they actually take up. Have you installed Linux? No, I'm still on Windows 10. I was hoping to pick up Star Trek off Ellison when Oracle finally crashed and broke up CBS for the copper in the walls. Yeah. So even though Nvidia has got like, you know, this little hurdle, as you say, broadly speaking, the entire Mag 7 are not performing as well as most investors would like them to perform. So it's only a matter of time before people start pulling their stock, I think. We'll have to see. Chat, I gotta run to the toilet real quick. Use this opportunity to use the bathroom yourself, take your meds, etc., etc. I will be back in a minute. I'm just waiting for my food to warm up. They've been massively overvalued based on speculation around AI. That is true. Duck Authority, correct. Take your meds with water. Don't have stinky dehydrated piss. Yep. Also, just don't be dehydrated. It's bad for you. Yeah, it's real bad for you. The AI stuff is not as useful as the scammers are trying to make it out to be. There are identifiable specific deficits that aren't being dealt with that will be necessary, but not sufficient for AI to creep the tiniest bit further towards the goals. Yep. Hey, Gillespie, what's going on? Good to see you. I always forget to drink water. It's really good for you to drink water. Okay, I gotta do the second microwave bit for my tea. I'll be back. Back just in time to say goodbye to you, Steph. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. Okay, my dinner will be done. My tea will be done in a sec. So let's crack on. Let's crack on with the rest of this.
For generations to come.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the comments of my party leader about Lord Wallace, a man I feel I was privileged to know. But can I ask the Prime Minister, given the conversations which are taking place in this place today and up and down the country about Peter Mandelson and his involvement with a paedophile who trafficked women, and the millions of women, particularly in this country, who will have been triggered by that, given the establishment's proximity to what happened, will the Prime Minister assure that there will be support set up, helplines, and that as well as the victims, the direct victims, those indirect women who've been triggered now will be supported?
Well, she's right to...
I understand everything behind that, but there is no shot in hell. There is absolutely no shot in hell that Keir Starmer is going to set up a public rape crisis, like a publicly funded rape crisis line. They're just not, he's just not going to do that. It couldn't be any, he couldn't be any further away from the kind of person who would do that. You know what I mean?
Raise this, and obviously we'll...
It also kind of gave him like a bit of an out. It gave him like a bit of an out to be able to say, oh yeah, I'll do that, you know?
Support the police on the one hand with their investigation, but also we will press on with our work to halve violence against women and girls, which is very much about putting the support in place that is needed for all victims of violence. That is a crucial part of our work, and I hope we can work across the House in support of it.
Ellen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that Labour MPs voted yesterday to remove the two-child limit and lift 400,000 children out of poverty. But child poverty
oh my God, fuck off.
While
here we go.
Are living in overcrowded temporary accommodation.
I can't believe, like, of all the depraved fucking scum worm shit that you could do as a fucking Labour MP in this session of the House, to glaze the Prime Minister, if you're going to glaze him for something, don't have it be something as absurdly prevalent in the public eye as reversing, doing a U-turn, doing a fucking U-turn on the two-child benefit cap. Because that is just, he's known, it's known to be like one of the most craven, disgusting, spineless things he's done. It's just absolutely bizarre. Why did she do that?
That Labour MPs voted yesterday to remove...
It's just chicken and rice today. Nappers.
Poverty. But child poverty cannot be eradicated. Well,
That's why his nickname is Kid Starver, yeah.
temporary accommodation without their own bed or anywhere to do their homework. So will the Prime Minister commit to urgent and persistent action to drive down the use of temporary accommodation, ensuring that our councils, including my councils of Lambeth and Southwark, have the funding they need in the final local government finance settlement next week?
Well, can I join her in the pride in voting to remove 500,000 children from poverty and lift them out of poverty after hundreds of thousands were plunged into poverty by the party opposite when they were in government. On the point she raised about temporary accommodation, she's right that every child deserves a safe, warm and secure home. We're investing a record £3.5 billion in homelessness services and £950 million in local authority housing fund to deliver better quality temporary accommodation.
Mr. Speaker, how we answer SEND families' call for justice will measure who we are. Christopher Lascaris was autistic and murdered aged 24. His mother, Fiona, who is here, spent 8 years begging authorities to protect him, but they refused because they presumed he had mental capacity. So will the Prime Minister support Christopher's law, creating a duty to assess mental capacity where it is in doubt to save the lives of others?
Don't we already have laws for that? I think the thing here that MP failed to do is study, like, the Human Rights Act and shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that stuff is in there. I'm pretty sure that, like, the thing that would have protected that guy is just something that, like, you know, the public or, like, the NHS, the public service or whatever service, local service funded by the government forgot to do because they're not funded enough by the government. So it's like state murder, and he didn't even choose that.
Can I thank him for his question and for his tireless campaigning on behalf of Christopher and Fiona, who, as he points out, is with us today. Christopher's death was a tragedy, and I agree that we owe it to Fiona. I'm glad that she's here to hear it. And other families, of course, to get this right. I can reassure him that work is underway to examine what action is necessary to prevent further tragedies like this. That comes alongside our intention to consult on the liberty protection safeguards this year, and I'll make sure that he is fully updated on as the work progresses across government, and I would ask that he make sure that Fiona and others are updated as well.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From heat-tolerant rice trials to world-leading science at the Earlham Institute and the John Innes Centre on the Norwich Research Park, South Norfolk is helping feed the world. Will the Prime Minister secure...
South Norfolk is helping feed the world. I never ever thought I would hear those words said. This Labour Party, the only thing that this Labour Party will be remembered for is for making the most insane statements in the entire world. Like, what are you on about?
You're a clear carve-out for precision breeding in any future SPS agreement with the EU so Britain can continue to lead on this field.
Well, can I thank him for raising it? As negotiations are ongoing, we remain committed, he'll be pleased to know, to the Precision Breeding Act and supporting new innovative technologies. And the EU accepts there will need to be areas where we retain our own rules, and we'll always prioritise British interests as we negotiate our SPS agreement.
Caroline Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, I've been campaigning for a Lincoln Dental School for some years, and I'm pleased to be able to tell the House that thanks to the hard work of, amongst others, Professor Juster, Professor Reid and Susie McPherson, Lincoln Medical School are now in a position to take their first cohort from 2027. So can I ask the Prime Minister, will he provide the necessary funding for this cohort of students to start to help improve the oral health of people right across Lincolnshire?
Well, I'm pleased to hear the news about the dental school in her constituency, and we have put in further funding in relation to dentistry. We were left with a dental desert across many parts of the country. We're fixing that problem, but I'm glad to hear the news in her constituency.
Holly Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister pointed out, today is World Cancer Day. As outlined in our cancer plan, early detection and diagnosis is vital. Will the Prime Minister agree to consider the campaign by my constituent Gemma Reeves, who is a nurse at the Queen Elizabeth Queen Mother Hospital, to ensure breast cancer screening for all women over the age of 40, and meet her to discuss how such a change would save lives?
Well, I'd absolutely support that, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister, because early diagnosis is so important for all cancers, and we must do everything we can to ensure that our early diagnosis is the absolute norm and never the default.
Is he going to get challenged at all?
Suella Braverman.
Suella Braverman. Okay, the reason that everyone's laughing at her is because she defected from the Tories to Reform. Okay? That's why.
She's new. Give her a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met one of the bravest women I know. Elizabeth was 14 when she was raped in Rotherham. She is one of the survivors of the rape gangs, one of the
grooming gangs.
scandals in...
Yes, of course, Reform, while the rest of the House is questioning the Prime Minister on the biggest grooming gang in history, right? In history, Reform are focusing on grooming gangs that have been tried and convicted. Yeah? Tried and fucking convicted in, fucking 2015 or some shit. Insane. Completely insane. I can't believe that this is their strategy, by the way.
In our history. Whilst her first rapist was convicted and sentenced, Ashgar Bostan, she was subsequently, shockingly, allegedly abused by police officers serving in South Yorkshire Police. One of those officers remains on active service today. Elizabeth made complaint through Operation Linden. None of them were followed up.
She's in Reform now. Yeah, she defected.
By the very institution designed to protect her. Will the Prime Minister meet with Elizabeth, rape gang survivors and myself to commit that those who committed and covered up these abhorrent offences are put behind bars where they belong?
Yeah. Well, I'm deeply concerned about the fact she's...
They joined Reform and then did this? Robert Jenrick and Suella Braverman accidentally voted with Labour to abolish the 2-child benefit cap tonight after entering the wrong lobby. This is against their own party's policy. How could they even do that? How did they even manage to do that? You know? How are they even doing it? How did this happen?
Just outlined, and if she could give us all the details of that, I'll make sure that there is a relevant meeting and follow-up in relation to those concerns.
Point of order, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's debate will focus on Mandelson and his relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. However, it will not cover his relationship with another alleged paedophile, murderer, gangster, specialist in bribery and corruption, and Putin favourite, Oleg Deripaska. A relationship...
Putin, Russia, Putin.
...that may be just as bad as that with Epstein. As European Trade Commissioner, Mandelson made decisions favouring Deripaska's company by $200 million a year. Mandelson avoided proper investigation by lying about the timing of his relationship with Deripaska. Mr. Speaker, how can we find out what investigations were carried out before Gordon Brown and his government appointed Mandelson as a minister? Do you agree this House needs to see this information? If so, how can we obtain it?
Yeah. What I would say is, Luke, this is a very experienced member. And I know he'll pursue this through the many avenues. And I know there is a debate later in which he may wish to catch the chair's eye in order to raise these issues. These are very serious issues that he's raised, and this will be taken seriously, and I'm sure that the front bench has heard it as well. I will leave it at that.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Point of order.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that in each humble address that his party laid in opposition, they mentioned national security. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has left. However, I have checked the two...
He just got off. Oh my God. That fucking, like, bombshell. That fucking bombshell there on whoever the fuck that guy was. That made Keir Starmer leave the room and Lindsay Hoyle protected him. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. And then this lady now can't ask him her question. That's the end of Prime Minister's questions, I guess.
Recent humble addresses laid by the Labour Party when they're in opposition, and all members on those benches should be very aware, the words national security do not feature even once. Because it is not necessary in a humble address. So, Mr. Speaker, how do we get the Prime Minister to correct the record when he's just chosen to leave the room?
Don't be ridiculous. Can I just say to you, you put it on the record. I don't want to continue the debate, but you put it on the record, so it's there. Right. Point of order, Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister, in response to me just now, appeared to deny ever being instructed by disgraced lawyer Phil Shiner. Yet I have here the 2007 case of Al Jeddah versus the Secretary of State for Defence, where it quite clearly says appellants instructed by public interest lawyers include one Keir Starmer QC. Perhaps the Prime Minister might want to return to the House and clarify his earlier remarks.
I'm not here to continue a debate. You put it on the record, we will leave it at that. Right.
He just means, Luna, he just means that the Prime Minister's left and he can't answer for him. That's all it means. Sounds like King Cruel? Yeah, he is. He's a bastard. He's an absolute bastard. He slapped down an investigation into, what was it? Something to do with Palestine? Something to do with Israel? But he is still a bastard. What did he do, chat? I've forgotten. I've actually forgotten what he did. Anyway, let's move on. So, apparently that thing that Middle-earth Marxist sent me wasn't in this session of Prime Minister's Questions, so I do appreciate that, Middle-earth Marxist. Let's have a look. Here he is, the boy. He could have been Prime Minister. Let's just see what Jeremy's got to say.
Confirmed to the House, under my leadership, Mandelson had no role, no influence and no part to play, because I do not trust the man, I do not believe the man, and we need to make that very, very clear. I can just confirm.
He should have been PM, man. He should have been PM. The Green Party have released a new bit of propaganda for Hannah Spencer, the Gorton by-election candidate. Let's have a little look and see what she's saying.
The Gorton and Denton by-election is Green versus Reform. And while the Greens are surging ahead in the polls, Keir Starmer is the most unpopular Prime Minister on record. Keir Starmer is an absolute waste of space.
I just haven't been impressed with what he's delivered.
Everything changed with Labour and it was just such a disappointment to see. People are tired of the same old two-party system where it's basically just Labour copying the Conservatives or Reform becoming the Conservatives. We need change, and right now it is us that are the bookies' favourite to win here. Even Labour MPs are admitting that they're probably going to come through. If you want to send a message to Starmer and keep Reform out, vote Green on the 26th of February.
Yep. There you go. It's time to go green, baby. Let's take a look at this. This is a video that The Guardian put out. Why this Manchester by-election is a lesson in 21st century politics, anywhere but Westminster. Let's have a little look at this. You are probably just hearing, you know, most of you who have never been to Manchester before, but you've been to my streams. Who does she sound like? Just sounds like me. This is what I'm saying. This is what people in Manchester care about. This is what they fucking care about. They see the gentrification of our fucking city, and they go, like, every time if you don't live in the city, right? Do you know what? If you live near the city, it's even worse. But if you live in somewhere like Gorton or Ardwick or Longsight or Miles Platin or Collyhurst or Salford or anything like that, it's near the city centre, Hume, Rusholme, Ardwick, like, you get out of your gaff every day and you see the towers in the city centre, and you're just reminded that not just the government in Westminster, but Andy Burnham, right, who's supposed to be the king of the north, is responsible for fucking making your rent go through the roof. That's all based on, like, how many rich people are moving here.
In the city's doing really well, they say.
Oh, well, not
Economy in the city. These people don't live in the city, bro.
working and I'm still struggling. It's, you know, and then you've got beggars out there that are bragging they're earning £100 a day.
And you see
no, they're not. No, they're not. And you see, this is the issue in fucking Manchester. You get people like that saying shit like that, and it's like, none of them fucking homeless people are saying that, bro. You fucking dumbass. You know what I mean? She would have said boat people if she was racist. But the sort of like beggars thing, that's just fucking it feels like these two are not that committed to the reform thing. Do you see how, like, immediately that person there, the one on the right, she said, you know what, I'm not that arsed about that. Do you know what I mean? Like, when people talk about Gorton and Denton and they say, there's no chance that reform are going to get in there, it's like, brother, have you never been to Denton? Denton is like a mini fucking Oldham. It's so ridiculous that people don't understand that in Denton there is a racism problem, right? Broadly speaking, in Manchester, it's not that big, but Denton in particularly, it is just white, working class, northern town kind of business, and it's kind of separated, you know what I mean? I think I went through this a little bit when we were looking at Matt Goodwin and Nigel Farage door knocking. That's why they're focusing on this shit, because, you know, it's fucking, it's just not most people. You're gonna see probably the most Kafirs in a place in Longsight or Rusholme or where else you're likely to see him, Fallowfield, maybe with people who are like this as well about it. You know what I mean? When she's saying I'm staying out of it, she's meaning there's no hope for this country. It's completely fucked. They don't know about the Greens in it. Do you know what I mean? This lady would vote Green if she's on a fucking acid head fucking accelerationist. If reform gets in, it's good because it means that people will go, oh no. You didn't need to film this, man. Traditional Market Street. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I've got one last thing on British politics chat. Stephen Swinford here on Twitter. Lord Mandelson described Jeffrey Epstein's release after he served his sentence for child sex offences as Liberation Day. To Jeffrey Epstein, Liberation Day. Naughty boy. Wait, what? Bold moves needed for September. You have nothing to lose. He says naughty boy, and then Mandelson says naughty boy, and then Epstein says she feels fresh, firm, and creamy. Oh god. Oh, that's in response to saying how is freedom feeling? With grace and modesty. How should we celebrate with grace and modesty? Those are the names of two strippers. Oh my god. This is vile, dude. This is absolutely fucking vile. hopefully, inshallah, it's the end of the Labour Party. And more broadly, the end of the UK. You know? That's what it's about. Okay, chat, listen. It's the end of my stream. Thank you so much for being here today. It's been really good. I thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking if you've been lurking. If you're on the VOD channel watching this later after the fact, please leave me a comment. Let me know how you feel and subscribe to the VOD channel to get all the VODs in your inbox when I release them. Check out my socials. Check out my VODs. Check out my YouTube channels. And we're going to go raid Maple Takes. Because he is live right now. So, thank you so much. Yeah, sorry if my commentary has been like a little crap tonight. I have definitely been a little sleepy, a little headachy, a little brain foggy. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be a bit better. I'll be back tomorrow. Same Muel time, same Muel place. And yeah, we'll be covering the news and maybe doing a bit of, you know, we maybe might be doing a little bit of bloody reacting to some videos and shit. Hopefully there won't be any insane news tomorrow. Anyway, I'm gonna rate Maple Takes now with 69 viewers. So excellent to each other. Bye. Good night. Good night. Good night.